Accordingly, we have a quorum. Before we proceed, I call upon Paul Olson for some time-sensitive announcements.
Good evening, everyone. Please note that any proposed amendments to resolutions coming before this convention should be submitted in writing using the exact wording you wish to strike and or add or substitute to communications@diovermont.org no later than 6:30 p.m. for discussion by convention later this evening. And nominations from the floor of convention for elected offices are permitted. If anyone has a nomination for a leadership position opening, you're asked to email that to communications@diovermont.org. And this too must be done by 6:30 p.m. So please do keep those two time-sensitive deadlines in mind.
We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, and unceded land of the Abenaki people, on which we are working, praying, and celebrating today. We honor the Abenaki people who have been living and working on this land from time immemorial. We recognize that colonialism and the oppression of Native peoples is a current and ongoing process, and we commit to building our awareness of our present participation. And so we give thanks for those who have come before us, honoring the legacy of Vermont's Indigenous people, the Abenaki people of the Dawn. We are grateful for the care and sharing of this land. And for our devotions today, I've used our diocesan devotional, Baptized for Abundance, and a revised litany for the Holy Land by the Reverend Layla Kamalik King, a Palestinian-American priest based in Texas. So beginning from a reading from 1 Timothy. For everything God created is good, and nothing is to be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving, because it is consecrated by the word of God and prayer. And this quote from Hildegard of Bingen. Every creature is a glittering, glistening mirror of divinity. God of love, you created all people as one family and called us to live together in justice, harmony, and peace. As we focus our prayers on the Holy Land, let us also remember and hold in prayer the many conflicts and wars that may have left our attention, but that have also claimed many lives as war has raged on. There are too many others, but we especially remember the people in Ethiopia, Mexico, Myanmar, Sudan, and Ukraine. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Surround us with your love as we pray for the Holy Land. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. God of righteousness, who demands that our worldly governors take up their responsibility to protect those in their charge and uphold the dignity of all human beings, pour your wisdom into the leaders of this world, especially Benjamin Netanyahu, the leaders of Hamas, and Joe Biden. For all who bear such responsibility, that they may put the good of the whole over their own greed for power. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. God of compassion, who even in the times when we have lost our way, shows us your path. We give you thanks for all those who in the face of crises wrought by evildoers work to help the helpless, to hold out hope to the desolate, to speak for the voiceless, and to bring understanding and knowledge to a world infected by ignorance and hate. For our siblings who risk much to aid others, that their actions may be successful and their words may be heard. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. God of mercy, who binds up the wounds of those who suffer, bless the victims of the consequences of fear and hate in the last week and over the past 75 years of conflict in the Holy Land. Those injured and traumatized, those bereaved and grieving, those held as captives and prisoners, those who face deprivation and desperation because of systems of violence and oppression, so that they may move forward in this life, standing firm in your truth and avoiding the temptation of vengeance. For all whose lives are forever marked by suffering, that they may be blessed with the hope of your presence. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. God of life, whose faithfulness to us is never ending, we remember before you those who have died by the violence that has become shockingly routine in your holy land. Receive them into your heart, where they may know the peace and joy of eternal life in you. For all who have died, that they may rest in that place where pain is no more. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. God of justice, who calls us to uphold the dignity of every human being, every child of this earth, beloved of you, empower your church to help you heal this terrible cycle of violence and revenge. Give us courage to rise above our fear that nothing can be done in the face of the conflict and chaos of our own creating. Grant us the conviction to advocate for change and to work for the establishment of your peace, your shalom, your salam in this broken world. For your dream of justice and peace on earth, and for us, that we may take up your call to build it. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. All this we pray in the name of the one who offered his life so that we might live, Jesus the Christ. Amen. In the last 3 years, we have spent a lot of time talking about Peter walking on the water toward Jesus. We've imagined ourselves taking risks and moving closer to Jesus. We reflected on the meaning of this story from Matthew's gospel in our own lives, both individually and as a diocesan household. Today, I want to imagine with you about how we might see the life of our diocese through the lens of Peter's ministry and the time after he steps out of the boat. You know from our Holy Week readings that Peter stepping out of the boat in faith isn't his final act. He travels with Jesus to the very end and is one of the most colorful figures in the story of the Last Supper and Jesus's arrest. He argues with Jesus over foot washing. He cuts off the ear of a servant and he denies Jesus 3 times in the Garden of Gethsemane. Despite his demonstration of faith on that boat in the Sea of Galilee, Peter is often, he's kind of a hot mess. But Jesus sticks with him. And in the last chapter of John's Gospel, which tells the story of the resurrected Christ appearing to the disciples, he singles out Peter for leadership. Feed my lambs, Jesus says. Tend my sheep. And finally, Peter gets the message. He goes on to become one of the leaders of the early church, preaching and teaching across the biblical world before, as tradition tells us, being martyred in Rome by the Emperor Nero. We observe his feast in the Episcopal Church on January 18, when we remember him as the first person to confess Jesus as Messiah and Son of the living God. But long before Nero, the book of Acts tells us about how Peter and the other apostles built the early church, figuring out how to live and proclaim the good news in a world where everything had changed and where everything was uncertain. Acts 2 tells us how Peter preached to the first converts on the day of Pentecost, and how this small movement patterned its daily life. They devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching and fellowship, to the breaking of the bread and the prayers. I believe this story and these words can guide us here in the Diocese of Vermont. We too live in a time where everything has changed and where much is uncertain. In the last 10 years, our diocese has become nearly a third smaller, and much of our work together in the last several years has been about finding ways to contend with that reality. In the last year, thanks to the work of Thrive and our interim CFO, Mike, we've made major strides in putting our financial house in order. As you heard at the pre-convention hearing, and will hear again in the Treasurer's report this evening, we now understand better the resources that are available to us as a diocesan household. And we have developed a budget for 2024 that includes meaningful resources for formation for both clergy and lay leaders. We have also made significant progress in making Rock Point Commons more financially sustainable. I'm pleased to say that under the leadership of Executive Director Kelly Kimball, and in close consultation with the Rock Point Commons Board, CJ Spirito, head of the Rock Point School, and with the diocesan trustees, we are strengthening our partnership with the Burlington School District. The district is planning to consolidate its two alternative high school programs, On Top and Horizons, at Rock Point, to create a single campus based on student-directed learning, voice, and agency. Our partners at the school district have found that the young people enrolled in programming at Rock Point have benefited from this sense of sanctuary in this beautiful natural environment. This partnership is a continuation of Rock Point's long-standing tradition as a place for young people to find space and solace. This new agreement is envisioned as a deepening of our partnership with the Burlington School District that began in 2020. This partnership has already and will continue to support the financial stability of Rock Point Commons and make possible much needed resources to update and repair our aging conference center facilities. Despite the financial progress we are making, both at the diocesan level and at Rock Point, not all of our financial concerns are over. And in order to devote ourselves more fully to formation and mission, we have had to tighten our belt in other ways, bidding farewell to the Reverend Canon Walter Brownridge as a member of my staff after nearly 3 years of faithful service. My prayer is that this sacrifice will be worth it, that these hard-won investments in formation and mission will help us be more intentional in our work together, more able to devote our whole minds and hearts to the apostles' teaching and fellowship, to the breaking of the bread, and to the prayers. This formation and mission budget, detailed in the pre-convention journal, will make it possible for us to support clergy in both constellations and standalone parishes, continue training lay preachers through the Backstory Preaching Program, provide consulting for parishes through Tri-Tank, which you heard about last Saturday, launch the Anti-Racism Action Team's racial healing sessions, and offer adaptive leadership coaching and training. It is crucial for all our congregations to engage in discipleship formation. That being said, our new formation and mission budget also continues support for the Green Mountain Online Abbey as the diocesan resource for supporting adult discipleship information, spirituality, and prayer. Through the Abbey, there will be several offerings throughout the year to support the discipleship of all the members of our diocesan household, and will especially be a resource for parishes that don't have ongoing adult formation programs. The next formation offering for a diocesan household will be an Advent and Christmas study of the Psalms. I want to highlight one other new initiative that will be made possible by the formation budget. In January, Constellation leaders and committee and commission leaders will begin Fierce Conversations training. This program has long been used in the Diocese of Chicago and other places in the Church to help leaders communicate clearly and have the kind of hard conversations that are required to lead change. I'm grateful to everyone who will participate in this effort to enrich our relationships and have the conversations we most need to be having as we continue navigating an uncertain future. In 2021, as we wrestled with where God was calling us in the midst of the pandemic, the Diocesan Council adopted new mission, vision, and value statements, as well as a description of the way we intend to be God's people in this place. In the next year, as we, like Peter, devote ourselves to living and proclaiming the good news in a world where everything has changed, I believe our statement of the way will be even more central to our ministry. And here it is. Realizing our mission will depend on communication, collaboration, and participation from all congregations, institutions, and individual Episcopalians as we pray, worship, give, learn, discern, and serve. Each of our communities is unique with its own interests, challenges, and gifts. We honor our individuality and shared identity as Episcopalians in Vermont and commit our congregations to working together to strengthen our collective witness. It's no surprise that honoring both individuality and shared identity requires balance and flexibility. And it's no secret that living in community is sometimes challenging can even involve conflict. Just read Paul's letters to the early church to learn about that. In the last several months, we have been very fortunate to work with the Reverend Gay Clark Jennings, a seasoned church leader and consultant who has conducted a mission leadership review, assessing the strengths and weaknesses of our ministry together and the opportunities and threats we face. 48 people in leadership around the diocese participated in in-depth interviews with Gay, and the report that she has provided to me and to the expanded standing committee will be invaluable in helping us embody our vision of speaking hard truths and taking bold action as we follow the example of Jesus's love. Later in this meeting, Gay will present the results of the mission leadership review and be available to answer questions about how we can use it to strengthen our ministry and witness to the world. All of this work in financial management, information and mission, and leadership and relationship building is in the service of strengthening our parishes and missions. In the last year, we have made meaningful progress in initiating and strengthening constellations, which is what we call parishes or missions that share clergy and collaborate in mission. Right now, we have 12 congregations involved in constellations and 10 more that are in various stages of discerning a new partnership. Constellations are not mergers, and they aren't like yoked parishes that we used to hear about decades ago. Constellation congregations don't necessarily share vestries or governance, but they do work together to focus on opportunities to follow Jesus in new and renewing ways. Sharing clergy means that we have more opportunities to attract and retain clergy in Vermont, which is important in the midst of a church-wide priest shortage. And since we have a cohort of congregations participating in constellations, the training, coaching, and support we provide for constellation lay leaders and clergy is richer and more fruitful for everyone. At their best, constellations will become more efficient in managing administrative tasks and expand their ability to engage in ministry with the communities around and between them. But perhaps most of all, constellation ministry can help us free up the capacity and creativity to realize our mission statement. The Episcopal Diocese of Vermont, we place our trust in God, finding new ways to serve, worship, care for creation, and foster conciliation and reconciliation across our state. In our constellations, as well as in many of our standalone parishes and our diocesan missions, our goal is always to trust God as we are called ever more deeply into relationship with one another, with creation, and with the communities we serve. I am eager for the coming year of our ministry together and excited to see where our faithfulness will lead us next. Like Peter, we will not always get it right. Sometimes we will lose our nerve. Sometimes we will fail ourselves or one another, just as Peter sometimes failed Jesus. Sometimes, like Peter, we will just kind of be a hot mess. That's okay. Like the faithful Christians of the early church, if we devote ourselves to the apostles' teaching and fellowship, to the breaking of bread and the prayers, we will find ourselves drawing closer to Jesus and to all of God's people in our brave little state. This is my prayer for all of us this year and always. I now call on Kathleen Moore for election buddy and Zoom poll orientation.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Hello, friends. I am so glad to see you all. I am so proud of the Diocese of Vermont, as always, for being on the forward edge and using these wonderful tools to do the work that must be done. So that said, I'm going to go over three things, the main sort of tools we use in Zoom to get our work done. The first is the raised hand function, which does not actually mean raise your hand, as you all might remember. So we are going to use raised hand. If someone wants to speak and be recognized to speak, that is what you must do. So we're going to have a couple times where we get to raise our hands to show if we agree on something or not. So let's try it. Everyone try to find that button that says, woohoo, there you go. Yeah, this isn't, yes, y'all. Yes, this is no problem. And remember, if you raise your hand in error, you just press that same button and it will go down. So for those of you, if you want to go ahead and put your hand down, or Sophie will probably offer some help here. Wonderful. The second thing is Election Buddy. Y'all are doing great with Election Buddy. I know there were a couple little sort of tech help things, and we will just roll with those along the way. But I did want to share the extremely important news that for the test resolution, which closed at 6 p.m., 66% of you would like to make it so that there is no snow after March 1st. However, 34% of you do not approve that resolution. I suppose you are probably skiers. So thank you for that. We're going to get through it. The main thing to remember is it is the same link and the same credentials every time we vote using Election Buddy tonight. The last thing we are going to use is a tool called Zoom polls. We're going to do this for more, just standard procedural items. So I'm going to do a test one. The real trick here is something's going to pop up in Zoom. So it'll feel maybe like one of those annoying pop-ups when you're on the web, but don't close it. Look at it and choose one. This is going to be a little bit of a controversial one, so let's try. All right, you should see it up on your screen. There you go. I know. You can't abstain. Excellent. Oh, yeah. And yeah. Wonderful. Yes. I think that is about everybody. Oh my goodness, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised. I've got Shermie the cat here. He didn't expect that. Okay, you all did great. You are ready. Thank you.
All right, I guess it's back to me now. Pursuant to Title I, Canon 1.3 and 6 of Vermont canons, a list of canonically resident clergy present and entitled to vote, and a list of congregations with lay delegates present and entitled to vote is available. Pursuant to Title I, Canon 3.4, I appoint Tom Little as Chancellor of the Diocese. This appointment does not require confirmation by a vote of convention. Pursuant to Title I, Canon 1.8, I appoint Paul Olson as Secretary of the Convention and Kathy Teresi as Assistant Secretary of the Convention. These appointments are subject to confirmation by vote of convention. The question before the convention is, shall the convention confirm the appointments of the Secretary of Convention and the Assistant Secretary of Convention? And is there any discussion? Seeing none, the matter before us is the convention's confirming of these appointments. A Zoom poll will appear on your screen shortly. Vote yes to confirm the appointments and vote no to withhold confirmation.
Bishop Shannon, are you able to see the results?
Yes, I can. And in fact, it's as if I hit the wrong button, I will stop all the voting. So I could see it. So I guess I can answer. We have passed that unanimously. Thank you. I call on the Secretary of Convention.
The proposed rules of order for conducting convention business, voting instructions, and other housekeeping announcements were made available in the diocesan website by the Secretary of Convention. Please keep all of this information in mind as we conduct our business this evening. A simple reminder on how to address the bishop during tonight's proceedings, either as Bishop Shannon or Right Reverend Madam. And to be recognized to speak by the Zoom host, please make use of the raise hand function in the Zoom platform. Once you are recognized, you will be able to unmute yourself. But before speaking, please do begin by clearly stating your name, the congregation from which you are representing, and the town. If you have raised your hand in error or no longer need to be recognized, please press the raise hand function again so that you can lower it and no longer raise your hand. A special note, you are welcome to use the chat function in Zoom with one another, but this is not to conduct official business of convention. If you wish to be recognized and address convention, it is best to use the raise hand function. And finally, one of my other duties as Secretary of Convention is to communicate to this convention all actions taken by the 2022 General Convention that make changes either to the Constitution of the Episcopal Church or alterations to the Book of Common Prayer. To do so, I direct your attention to the report that was filed naming those changes in the pre-convention journal. Bishop, I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Paul. I now call on Tom Little, the Diocesan Chancellor, to explain the proposed rules of order as published in the pre-convention materials.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Good evening, all. Good to see so many faces, familiar and new. The published rules of order for this convention are the same rules of order as we've used in the prior 2 or 3 years. They are also, with the exception of rule of order number 6, the same rules of order we've been using since approximately 1996. They incorporate by reference Robert's Rules of Order, except where those might conflict with our canons or the canons of the Episcopal Church. There are specific provisions for elections and resolutions and how to amend or waive the rules of order. And the rule of order number 6 deals with the remoteness and technological resources we are using tonight to conduct the meeting, and our Secretary of Convention has given a good overview of them. So with that, Bishop Shannon, I think I'd be happy to respond to any questions, or the rules of order are ready for a motion to adopt and approval.
So I call for a motion to accept the rules of order of this convention.
Bishop Becky has a hand raised for the motion.
Is there a second?
Bishop Catherine Nichols has her hand up as a second.
Is there any discussion?
I'm looking for any raised hands for discussion.
Elizabeth, do you have a question or a discussion?
Now unmute.
I second.
Oh, well, thank you. All right, I don't see any need for more discussion because there isn't any. The question before us is a motion to accept the proposed rules of order. Please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. Vote yes to accept the rules of order and no to reject the rules of order. Well, that has passed. Thank you all. Unanimously, I should say. The next order of business is presenting the annual convention reports for acceptance. A link to the pre-convention journal can be found on the Diocesan website and in the chat box now. I call for a motion to accept the reports as filed. Please use the raised hand function and remember to clearly state your name and congregation when moving and seconding motions.
Bishop Judy Shank has raised a hand for the motion.
Is there a second?
Melissa O'Leary has raised a hand for a second.
Is there any discussion?
I do not see any raised hands for discussion.
Yeah, Elizabeth Phillips has her hand raised. I'm not sure if it's for discussion.
Elizabeth, was there a point you wished for discussion on this?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. The question before us is acceptance of convention reports. Please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. Vote yes to accept the convention reports and vote no to reject the reports. Thank you all. That is passed unanimously. I call on Diocesan Chancellor Tom Little for remarks on the legislative process and a review of guidelines for time limits on discussion and debate on the canons, resolutions, and all other resolutions.
Thank you, Bishop. Some of this has already been covered when we are meeting remotely. It can't attention to the courtesies and protocols of meeting remotely can't be overestimated. And we're very grateful for your patience and for your diligence in observing those courtesies and protocols. The debate we will be having tonight on the various items we will take up for debate and voting will be a civil and respectful one, as is the tradition of this convention. I ask that you treat each speaker as you would wish to be treated if you yourself were speaking. If you have a question about a resolution or anything else that's pending, please be concise and please frame your question in the form of a question, so that it's easier for us to discern what your question and concern may be. As the secretary said, if you have an amendment for any of the resolutions we will be taking up this evening, we really need it in writing. And I have found over many, many years that putting an amendment in writing is a very useful process for clarifying what the amendment is saying. And Bishop Shannon, those are my remarks about our legislative process. I would also now suggest, Bishop, that you ask the convention to agree by unanimous consent to limit the debate on each resolution before us tonight to no more than 20 minutes and to limit each speaker, other than the presenters of the resolutions, to not more than 2 minutes each, with no delegate speaking a second time until all others have spoken a first time. And of course, these limits could be extended by a majority vote of convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any objections to proceeding by unanimous consent as the Chancellor has suggested? Well, I don't see anyone raising their hand in objection, so the convention will proceed in this manner.
Bishop, it appears that Titus Tressler has raised a hand.
I see. Yes, Titus? You're still muted.
Just a question, Bishop Shannon, about seconding motions. In the past few minutes, we've had multiple hands raised in evidently to second a motion. If it could be clarified exactly how people should second a motion that has been made.
They should raise their hand, and Paul Olson will monitor the screen to see who pops up for that. And they are allowed to unmute themselves and state their name. I think that's what I said. And I wonder, did I ask them to say their parish? Yes.
Bishop, if I
Yes.
may.
To clearly state your name and congregation when moving and seconding any motions.
And Bishop, may I add one thing?
Yes.
Bishop, when just so you know, there has been confusion. Once you have been recognized as seconding, you will be then able to unmute yourself. You are not able to unmute yourself all the time, so I know that that's confusing, but you will find once you are recognized by name, you will be able to unmute yourself and state your name and your congregation.
And Paul Olson will be the one that will recognize you so that then you can state your name and parish. Thank you. The following clergy transitions have taken place between July of 2022 and July of 2023. The Reverend Bram Kranichfeld was ordained to the priesthood on December 3rd, 2022, and the Reverend Darcy Mercier was also ordained to the priesthood on December 3rd, 2022. Transferred into this diocese on January 31st was the Reverend Jeremy Means Koss, and received from the Diocese of Virginia. On June 28th, in 2023, the Reverend Ann Hockridge was received from the Diocese of Pennsylvania. And transferred out of our diocese on June 28th of 2023 is the Reverend Regina Christensen, and she was released to the Diocese of Maine. Let us take a moment to pray for those clergy who died this past year. The Reverend Diana Collins, the Reverend Joyce Marinville, the Reverend Dennis Hayward, the Reverend Margaret Emery Ginn, the Reverend Merrington Rose Crossley, the Reverend James Berry, the Reverend Richard Reed, the Reverend Paul Thompson. Let us pray. Almighty God, with whom still live the spirits of those who die in the Lord, and with whom the souls of the faithful are in joy and felicity, we give you heartfelt thanks for the good examples of all your servants, who, having finished their course in faith, now find rest and refreshment. May we, with all who have died in the true faith of your holy name, have perfect fulfillment and bliss in your eternal and everlasting glory, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Before moving on, I would like to recognize and thank the Reverend Canon Walter Brownridge. I am deeply grateful to Canon Walter Brownridge for his counsel over these last 3 years and for his faithful efforts as Canon to the Ordinary for cultural transformation. He joined us early in 2021 when our diocese, like the rest of the Church, was still feeling its way out of the COVID-19 pandemic, and set to work immediately, offering guidance drawn from his long experience in the Church as we pursued God's vision for beloved community in historically challenging circumstances. We have all benefited, perhaps without knowing it, from Walter's extensive network of contacts developed over a career in ministry that has stretched from South Africa to Honolulu, and from parish work to his tenure as Associate Dean at the School of Theology at the University in the South in Sewanee, Tennessee. Walter, thank you for challenging us and for walking with us. Keep us in your prayers, knowing you will be in ours. Last summer, I invited the Reverend Gay Clark Jennings to conduct a mission leadership review of our ministry here in the diocese. I am grateful to her for being with us this evening to make a report on the results of her work. This report follows a meeting that she and I had with the expanded standing committee in early October, during which we reviewed the report in depth. Many of you may know Gay by reputation, which is how I knew her before we began working together. She served as the president of the House of Deputies of the Episcopal Church from 2012 to 2022, and before that was associate director of Credo, where she had oversight of curriculum development and the training and supervision of 120 faculty members. She was a canon to the ordinary in the Diocese of Ohio for 17 years and a 10-time deputy to General Convention. She was elected by Executive Council as the Episcopal Church's clergy representative to the Anglican Consultative Council, attending meetings in New Zealand in 2012 and Zambia in 2016. Today, Gay is a sole proprietor of Pebble Hill Consulting, LLC. Her areas of consulting include organization-wide assessment and strategy building, polity, governance and structure, organizational culture and effectiveness, leadership transitions, leadership and staff development, and ecclesiastical disciplinary processes. She has extensive experience consulting with congregations, clergy, dioceses, and bishops, and has worked with more than 30 dioceses and bishops in a variety of areas, including mutual ministry and mission leadership reviews, organizational development and structural reorganization, staff development and personnel policies, and disciplinary matters. She was a search and transition consultant for congregations and dioceses for 22 years. Gay, thank you for giving us an overview of the Mission Leadership Review and the opportunities it identifies for our diocese in the months ahead. Welcome, Gay.
Thank you so much, Bishop Shannon, and good evening, Vermont. I'm so glad to be with you. The covenant of understanding between the bishop and the standing committee calls for a mutual ministry review to be conducted. The covenant, which was signed in 2019 when Bishop Shannon first came to Vermont, is a letter of agreement setting forth the terms of the bishop's ministry with the diocese. To fulfill the terms of the covenant, the bishop asked me to facilitate what I call a mission leadership review this fall. And this is the first review since the bishop was ordained 4 years ago and is anticipated as a regular and normative practice in the diocese. I interviewed 48 people, including the bishop, lay and ordained leaders from throughout the diocese, and members of the bishop's staff. So thank you to all of those interviewed. You are very generous with your opinions and with your time, and this report, I hope, is a reflection of what I heard. People identified the following strengths of your ministry with Bishop Shannon as most significant. First, efforts to restructure governance, mission, and finances through Thrive. Second, a willingness to experiment and try new things, including new models of congregational ministry and leadership, constellations, lay leader formation and training, and Green Mountain Online Abbey. People also said they were very excited about the energy and enthusiasm brought by new and younger clergy. Third, a strength that was identified by many people was the work to clarify the financial situation of the diocese and subsequent financial transparency led by the bishop and the chief financial officer, and that is deeply appreciated. Fourth, the bishop's visionary and transformative leadership as an agent of change is seen as a significant strength. People noted many times their appreciation for Bishop Shannon's pastoral care, her warmth, creativity, faith, preaching and presiding, and love of the church. And finally, it was noted that the responsiveness and assistance of many members of the staff and consultants was noted by leaders. So you clearly have a foundation of strengths to build on in the years ahead. Lay and ordained leaders alike identified some compelling mission possibilities, and these possibilities are future focused, aspirational, and hopeful. And they included the following: continuing to strengthen and develop diocesan structures and congregations by articulating the strategic vision and plan to manage decline, leveraging areas of promise and growth, building capacity, and determining the best and most strategic allocation of resources. Second, strengthening and building relationships and partnerships of all sorts among clergy, among congregations, among bishop and staff, among clergy, among bishop and staff and congregations, among staff, with diocesan institutions, with communities, and with other dioceses. Third, expanding the circle of parish and diocesan leaders and actively recruiting new leaders. Fourth, fourth compelling opportunity was a redoubling of efforts to become beloved community and address individual and systemic racism. The Diocese of Vermont has in my opinion, a unique opportunity, and in the opinion of many leaders, to build understanding about the challenges the bishop faces as a Black leader as she navigates white leadership norms, bias, and anti-Black racism. Now, a mission leadership review also identifies what's not going so well and needs attention in the diocese. Leaders and staff identified the need for role clarity for people, processes, and structures, having enough people to fill diocesan and congregational leadership roles, existing tension between some members of the standing committee and the bishop, which is now being addressed in a positive and productive manner, communicating a strategic vision widely in the diocese, and the New England tendency toward congregationalism. Every diocese faces obstacles, and Vermont is no exception. Obstacles and threats identified included the unavoidable consequences of the decline of mainline Protestantism and a low rate of religious affiliation and practice in the state of Vermont. Nostalgia for the way things used to be and viewing change as loss. Third, a lack of resources coupled with congregationalism and resistance to new models of ministry. And finally, institutional and individual racism in the diocese and the state, which causes damage to relationships and diocesan systems and is exacerbated by long-standing reluctance to discuss race and racism. The results of any mission leadership review are designed to help the bishop and the diocese leaders establish goals for the future work of the diocese. So using the findings of this review, Bishop Shannon and your diocesan leaders have the opportunity to formulate goals that build upon the strengths that the review names, to identify and address weaknesses, to create opportunities for mission, and recognize threats to your ability to participate in God's mission effectively and wholeheartedly. So I thank you for the opportunity to serve the bishop and all of you through this mission leadership review, and I welcome your questions at this time.
If you have a question for, if you have a question, please raise your hand and you will be called on and recognized. Susan Gratz, I see your hand is raised. You may now unmute.
I just wonder if Gay's report will be available in written form. It's a lot to absorb in 3 minutes or less.
That would be up to the bishop to decide if she wishes to distribute any or all of the written report. There's also a matrix, and which is a much shorter version of the report on one page, and that's also a possibility. And I can confer with her to see what she might like to do.
Thank you.
But say hi to Paul for me.
I will.
Who used to be in Ohio.
Our next hand is from Catherine Nichols. Catherine, you may now unmute yourself.
Hi, Gay. It's nice to see you again.
All nice to see you too.
From the Women's Caucus. Gosh, that was a long time ago. I'm wondering, those of us who felt more distant from the diocese and indeed from Bishop Shannon, how you recommend, having observed the diocese, we could be in better relationship with our bishop, because I think in the old days, 30 years ago, we got together monthly as a bunch of clergy and met with our bishop, and that was great. And in these days, and recently, that hasn't, for quite a while, that hasn't happened. Do you have any suggestions?
Well, I certainly am aware from working with a number of different dioceses that the pandemic really set us all back in terms of building and sustaining relationships. And of course, your bishop came just a few months before. I think many dioceses, many bishops in the church are playing catch up. And that's why I think people identified in as an opportunity, the building of relationships. I did hear from a number of people a desire for a deeper relationship with your bishop, and I know that she's committed to that. I can certainly have a conversation with her about perhaps some possible ways to do that. But I do believe in conversation, because I interviewed your bishop as well extensively, that is something that she desires. And I also heard from clergy the desire for clergy to spend more time together. Again, I think some of this has to do with fallout from the pandemic. Thank you for that question.
Noma, I see that you have your hand raised, and you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Gay, that was quite a report to listen to. And as someone has said, to hear it verbally, it's a lot to take in. So I look forward to seeing it in written version. But it is notable that your report mentions race and racial dynamics quite significantly. And that gives reason for pause and reflection. And I'm curious if the report will include any suggestions to lead us in a better direction in terms of the racial dynamics that you presented in your report.
I think that the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont is in a really unique position of having a Black bishop, a Black female bishop. So we've got the intersection of race and gender in a predominantly white state. I think Vermont has the second lowest percentage of people of color who are residents in Vermont. I think it's so unique in the life of our church that I think there's grant opportunities. I think there are places that foundations, endowments, Lilly, others, who would be really curious in partnering to see how to do a deeper dive in terms of the kinds of things that were brought up in the report, which we don't have enough time to go into depth in that. I've had an initial conversation, and he's asked for some resources from CJ Spirito, who is chair of I'm not sure what it's called in Vermont, the Racism Committee. So I know that there are some people who are deeply interested in how racial reconciliation efforts can proceed in the diocese. So I think you've done more than the first step, but I think that's an important step, a next step. I think just naming it is the first step in many ways. And I commend the people who have this as a burning concern, not only in terms of the safety, security, and effectiveness of your bishop in Vermont, in the diocese, but also what it means for the whole church. So I don't have a lot of very specific recommendations, but I know that there are people of good heart and goodwill who care about this and are I believe meeting within the diocese to start to address this even more deeply, because I do think it is a compelling mission opportunity to redouble efforts in this realm.
Thank you.
It's not always easy for your bishop. I think, Nomi, you probably know that, but it's not always easy. And I'll leave it there.
All right, our next hand is from Elizabeth Phillips. Elizabeth, you may now unmute yourself.
Performance-related themes for streaming shows. Also, protections for viewers from the threat of AI and studios potentially using their language without consent. We realize that this is
Elizabeth, do you have a question for Gay?
Yes, but I'm having a problem with the
they came forward and gave us the last piece of it.
with the stuff I have to do. Hold on.
Scripted comedies and dramas. New episodes could start airing early next year. Studio executives say actors are getting
Here I
the
am.
largest increase in minimum wages in the last 40 years. Great news for working.
Elizabeth, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, well,
I think it's gonna be really special for all of us to be able to go out there.
I still have a question about the fact that our parish had a person who was really interested in going into the local ministry. Thing, and she did what was required. At that point, took courses, and then was told that, oh, gee, we discontinued them, but nobody told her. And
Elizabeth, will
believe-
this question be something that Gay Jennings can address? It sounds like a question that came up at the pre-convention meeting, which
Yeah,
I
it
do
did.
know the bishop said she would address with you personally outside the context of
she-
convention so that
so
your
far, she
question could be
hasn't.
answered.
Thank you,
so
Elizabeth.
far-
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's really not a question that I can address. And I would suggest that the bishop will get to you as soon as she's able to have a conversation about that.
Okay.
Next question.
All right, it looks like Catherine Nichols' hand is raised again. Catherine, you may now unmute yourself.
Is it appropriate to move to accept Gay's report?
I'll let the chancellor answer that one.
This report is not offered in request of an acceptance by convention. I think it's just being shared with us because that was the appropriate thing to do, Catherine. So I don't think any vote is required.
Well, I'll just say, Gay, thank you so much for your work with this diocese. We really appreciate it.
You're most welcome. If there aren't any other questions, I just want to go back to the very important question or concern raised by Noma Anderson. It's going to take a lot of goodwill, effort, commitment, dedication to redouble efforts to become beloved community. The Episcopal Diocese of Vermont is not alone. Many dioceses throughout our church are facing this same kind of need to, I guess I want to say, double down on these efforts. And again, I want to reiterate that you have in the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont a unique opportunity to address issues of systemic, institutional, personal racism. And I think you have an opportunity to teach the rest of the church some very important lessons. So I commend you for recognizing this as an opportunity. And I also recognize that there are a lot of challenges to doing that hard work. You will be in my prayers as you commit yourselves to doing that. So thank you, Bishop Shannon, for the opportunity to serve you and the Episcopal Diocese, and I wish you all well.
Gay, on behalf of our diocesan household, I thank you again for your work with us and for being with us this evening. I now call on the interim CFO of the diocese, Michael Shapiro, to present the annual financial report.
Good evening. These slides are identical to what I presented last week, so I'm going to present at a quicker pace and just provide some highlights. Next slide, please. This is not the correct slide. I believe this is the report from last year. If you'd prefer, I'm happy to share.
You have the ability to share your screen, Mike, if we don't have the right slides. Go right ahead.
Can I confirm that you're seeing the slide that says 2024 diocesan office budget and not presenter view?
Yes,
We
it
can
looks
see-
good.
We can see it just fine.
Great. We started off last week by talking about our balance sheet and our fiscal transparency, and Bishop Shannon addressed our fiscal health in her address this evening. Gay spoke about the Thrive achievements, and these achievements through Thrive, which have included streamlining the committee approach with the Commission on Finance that was formed, reallocating some of the restricted funds based on needs of the diocese, catching up on our backlog of outstanding audits, and a number of other things. Those things began when, after Thrive was introduced 2 years ago, Paul Horn, Greta Getline, our chair of our Commission on Finance, and Rich Segee here and the staff here at the diocesan office really got that momentum going. And so it's been really it's been professionally very, very rewarding to come in and help carry that momentum on. I'm not entirely comfortable with how often my name gets attached to it. And so I guess that's my point. My point there. The overall health of this diocese is pretty good. When we look at our balance sheet, we have no debt. We have decent cash, decent investments. The challenge with our balance sheet is, and this is true in any fund accounting organization with restricted funds, is understanding your restricted funds. How are they impacting? What portion of your cash and investments is locked up? And we are making big strides. The last big exciting step there is to complete our 2022 audit, which we are on track to do before the year is out. And by doing that, we will also bring in the bookkeeping, the journal entries that we rely on our auditors to do. When you look at this balance sheet, you can look at it and judge the health of the diocese, but it's not perfect. Our investment balances aren't current, and it impacts our restricted balances as well. And so reaching a point where we're caught up on our audits and we bring that bookkeeping in-house, it will be an earned milestone for this diocese to have real-time balance sheet on a monthly basis, which will come our way in early 2024. Bishop Shannon also really gave the detail on the formation and mission budget tonight and highlighted some of the things we're trying to do. I'll make the one comment. When this budget has been presented to last week and also prior to an expanded standing committee, the comment came up about seminarian support being low at 2,000. And I'll just bring up the bishop's comment from last week that this diocese will support those efforts one way or another, whether it's through the discretion. If this isn't enough, then we'll find more, perhaps through the bishop's discretionary. And we talked a little last week too. I just want to reiterate that the approach of looking at a budget through program and admin expense is, and accountants are very used to it because we're asked to do it through audit. And quite honestly, we don't do much with it the rest of the year. It's it can almost feel insulting for a nonprofit CFO to be asked, you need to, especially from a grantor, prove to us that 80% of your budget is program. For-profits don't get asked that. But it is a healthy approach to framing a budget or framing the reporting. It's not, no one's changing the way this diocese operates. It's just a change in how we measure ourselves and keeping our budget aligned, especially with the parishes that support this budget. Where does the funds come from to support this budget? Our operating budget is about 84% of our total budget. Over 2/3 of that budget is supported by unrestricted income, which is mainly assessments from the parishes, 20% from investments, and 11% mostly grant-funded income. Our non-operating income, most of this is also through investments. We are planning a bishop's appeal. Discretionary can include some interest income, some miscellaneous gifts to the diocese, and that represents about, this 226 is about 14% of our overall budget. The detail for this budget has long been published on our website, so I'm not apt to go through it in the detail that we went through last week. I included it in case there are questions and we want to reference certain lines. Last week we highlighted a couple of lines that were well above what the prior year held, and that included our formation and mission, our non-employee, and this is bringing our administrative house in order, the interim CFO and HR consultant. The role of the CFO will not go away, but lessen in 2024. The amount that we pay up to the Episcopal Church, our church covenant, sorry if my language is incorrect there, went up based on a scaled increase that we are paying, and it's, I believe, 14% for 2024. Our non-operating budget's a lot simpler. Most of these funds, as mentioned, come directly from our investments. Our grants and loans get funded through those investments. They come out through awards that throughout the year. Our total budget is, we are budgeting to have a perfectly balanced budget for 2024. I think last week too, we talked a little bit about the risks and opportunities, and I think this budget falls in a pretty good spot of, it is realistic, it's slightly aggressive, it's overall achievable. And some of the initiatives to improve our financial health and transparency in 2024, as mentioned, reducing our reliance on our external auditors to record investment activity. It is, from an accounting standpoint, it's a bit of a dagger not to be able to see real-time balances in your balance sheet. And so I'm excited for this diocese, and it's, as noted, it's well earned. The staff, Rich Segee, has been a workhorse getting through these audits this year. Continuing to look at our internal controls, segregating fiscal duties where possible. Some of this is pretty simple stuff. It is, when we have our payroll, someone signs off on it. You know, just having things in place, the checks and balances in place. And ultimately, what you're looking for is that there, say this somewhat facetiously, but it is what you're looking for, is that if there was, if you have loose controls and you want to protect against fraud, you need to have a scenario where two need to be in on it, where it's the CFO and the payroll person, CFO and the AP person. And so we'll put balances and checks and balances in place where they aren't today. Lastly, this is certainly part of Thrive, but to continue to use the parochial reports and the annual reports that come from the parishes to not manage their books, but offer assistance and see where people are at and offer as it notes, prioritize and energize assistance where needed. That's my short story on this budget for 2024. Are there any questions?
If there are any questions for Michael Shapiro, Paul Olson will call on you in order of hands raised once he sees them.
I see a hand raised by Carol Harridan, who should be able to unmute momentarily. Carol?
There we go. It takes a minute to unmute, actually. So I was just wondering, if you look at that report, which was really useful, helpful, informative, what would you say are our biggest risks in the coming year that we really need to keep our eye on and be very cognizant of?
The easy answer is that this office is very leanly staffed. It is, it has an all hands on deck mentality. I'll leave it at that. We're missing some roles in this staff, on this staff that we are not budgeting for in 2024.
Okay, so what's the backup plan should that not, how will we know if that's actually affecting our performance, and what's the backup plan for that?
Well, the backup plan is to, I don't want to say it that way. I was going to say figure it out as we go, but there is always, a budget's always our best plan forward. And
right.
If we find that we need more, this is an example, I'll use this as a theoretical, but right now our senior accountant is also our HR administrator. He handles all the payroll, and we're using a consultant to help really work on our handbook, many of the infrastructure that we need to put in place. But some of that work will stay with him. If we find that we want to add that position, we'll have to find a budget line that we're not spending on, or maybe we got surprised by some income this year. But that's about as good of a backup plan as I can give you that will figure it out. We will, the key for that is to, when a staff is over, when you have a lean staff, you need to make sure and stay close to the staff, and that folks are not, that the morale is good. And we're keeping it pretty good. I would say that in the, not because I've been here, but since I've been here, the morale on this staff is strong. It's folks like working together, and it's good. And that's going to be what carries us through any shortfall in 2024.
Okay, thank you.
I see a hand raised from Kenneth McFarland with a question, who should be able to unmute in a moment.
Yes, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Well, it's a question that I was actually an observation. I really actually have a background in bookkeeping and keeping financial records, but I'm pretty clueless as to what you just said. And I'm sure it was fact-filled and very informative, but I don't know what the heck you said. But thank you for that. And that's all I have to say, that just to let you know that maybe somebody else is confused. I don't know if there's another way to present the information, but it sounds like in the final analysis, the diocese is in pretty good shape.
Let me try. The challenge with, let's share one more time. when you're a typical organization that has no restricted funds, you pick a line. Let's pick technology, and you look at what you spent in the prior year, what it's going to cost this year, and we do need to bump up our IT, but that's not why I picked this one. But it is a good example. We look at what we spent, we think about what we need for next year, and this diocese definitely needs increased investment in their technology. The challenge that an organization that has restricted funds is there are all these buckets of money, and there are two types of restricted funds. There are donors that give you money or that go into our investments and say, you can only use this for a certain program, a certain use. Maybe it's for the bishop's salary, or whether it's for grants and loans. It's donor restricted funds, and to track your spending and make sure that you're honoring donors is a lot of work. And that's where it gets super complicated, especially in an organization where those funds have been restricted for decades. These gifts go back a long way. And in 2013, there was a good document produced here at the diocese to try and include in a single place all of those restrictions. The second type of restricted fund, those are donor restricted. Those are from outside of this office, given to the diocese, and the donor has said this is what you must use them for. The other kind is what they call board restricted, or internally restricted funds. And that is where this diocese says we're going to use these funds to support our grants to parishes, our loans to parishes, and those get to be reimagined. They're board restricted, they're internally restricted. And I believe I don't know if it would probably fall in the future to the trustees of the executive council, but those types of funds. So the tricky part of a budget is to work through and say, where is this money coming from? And I don't know whether I'm clearing anything up or adding mud to it. Is that at all helpful to you? Kenneth?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I was not sure I was still on because my screen is taken up with your spreadsheet. But I can't say that it is, but I have to say that probably this is a forum that doesn't allow for explanation of such really detailed ideas, and so I'm maybe everybody else is fully understanding what you're saying, but as I say, I'm not unfamiliar with dealing with numbers, and so that's my only point. And as I say, final analysis, it sounds like the diocese is in good shape, and I'm pleased to hear that. And sometimes maybe that's all we need to, with a few caveats to that statement. That's all we need to know. So I apologize. I don't mean to be critical. I'm just trying to be.
No, it's important. The budgets are a starting point, and really what we will, and we'll always compare back to it. It'll be a benchmark for us. But the key for fiscal health going forward is that we monitor our performance as we go. On a monthly basis, we are looking at the performance, and we're judging it against where we thought we'd be, where we can afford to be. The key for long-term fiscal success, one of the keys is to build that reporting have those metrics for fiscal success. What are we trying to achieve? Sometimes a measure will be, we want to a cash reserve of 6 months, of 12 months, of whatever. And the important part is to measure that. When you fall short of where you want to be, the key is having time to react to it. And so one of the goals of 2024 is to really fine tune the reporting so that on a monthly basis, the Commission on Finance, they're seeing the same reports month after month. We're spotting things and trends or budget busting things that come along, and we're able to react to them before we get too far down the road.
Anything further, Mr. McFarland, or does that answer your questions?
It does more or less. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see another hand raised from Jack Manning, who has a question to ask. He should be able to unmute in a second.
Okay, this is Jack Manning, a senior warden, Calvary Underhill. Sorry, I don't have a picture of my cat up because my camera doesn't work. Mike, I just want to tip my hat. I thought the presentation was sadly or unsadly, I understand all the lines and the quest that you've been on. And I think you're a real blessing for this diocese. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of all of us, because it's a big deal. And I've learned a lot about what we need to look to for our balance sheet as well. So thanks.
Thank you.
And I see a hand raised by David Frederickson for a question.
Hi, Mike. Listen, I appreciate your presentation. Maybe I missed it. I apologize if I did. 20% of the budget is made up of invested income. That's correct. Is that what it read? What am my question?
Yes, about 20% of our operating budget, roughly 20% of our overall budget, maybe a little bit higher.
So what percentage of total invested income is that? Are you in other words, you drawn from principal to cover that, or is it mostly income and dividends that's covering that?
It's all dividends. If our investment policy is such that if we earn 5%, we'll have the same balance at the end of the year, because we pull most of our investments. There are a couple that get reinvested, but most of them, 5% comes off each year. So if we earn 5%, we're good.
Good. No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I see a hand raised by Susan McGarry with a question.
All right, I should probably put my picture up too. Okay, I'm Susan McGarry. I'm retired clergy in the diocese, and I worship at St. Thomas and Grace in Brandon, and that's why I raised my hand. I know that Paul is calling us by name, which is helpful, and I've known personally some of the people, so I know where you're from. But I'd appreciate the introduction that was urged upon us, that we could say our name and where we're from, because it would help me. Thank you.
I see a question coming from Sylvia Knight.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Knight. I'm a member of St. Paul's Cathedral, Burlington. I live in Burlington. My question is about the investments for our diocese, and I'm wondering if there are any criteria for our investments having to do with environment or, racial justice, anything like that.
There are definitely criteria with our investment managers as dictated by the diocese. I can't speak to all of the details of those. I believe that the investment policy is on our website, but I will confirm that too.
Thank you. How can we get in touch? about that?
M Shapiro, SHAPIRO at diovermont.org.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you for your reporting.
Thank you.
I see Mr. McFarland has a question on the budget for 2024.
All right. Well, I just wanted to follow up on Susan McGarry's comment. Ken McFarland from St. Thomas and Grace in Brandon. Thank you.
Great. I see a question from David Bullock.
I'm a trustee of the Diocese of Vermont, and I'll talk a little bit about the investment policy to help that lady that was just on. We invest all of our funds for the long term, and we are very much in line with the national church's environmentally and socially responsible investing policy. We make strategic investments outside of all of the things that are restricted from ESG, like energy and defense contractors. We're very, very much in line with that. And we have a policy guideline from the national church that we follow. Going to the other question that was raised by David Fredrickson, we have been doing quite well, but we generally look at a harvest of around 5% of our income for the year. It's on a smoothing basis over a long-term trend, so that we don't, if we've had a 20% return, we don't pay out 20%. We look at a 5 to 7 year smoothing average of that, and that keeps us right in line with that 5% target that Mike Shapiro mentioned. Mike has done an excellent job in preparing this budget. I've been a trustee in another diocese for a long time. It's extremely difficult to consider having any conversation with constituents about a budget like that because of its nuances and its detail. And the diocesan office and the bishop and Mike have done a great job in preparing what we have. And it's really not easy to consider a conversation at a convention about the line items that we're looking at. But I want to thank him, and he's done a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the investment policy is within the chat, the link.
Are there any further questions on the 2024 budget? I'm not seeing any additional hands raised, which means I can turn things back to the bishop for us to move on in the agenda.
Thank you, Mike. I call on Ann Brown, Chair of the Resolutions Committee, to present and move approval of resolutions on canonical changes, diocesan budget, health insurance coverage, and clergy compensation standards.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. I'd like to begin by thanking members of the Resolutions Committee so that you'll know who they are: Stan Baker, Nancy Gordon, and Nancy Woodkey. I remind the convention that the legislative process we agreed upon earlier permits a maximum of 20 minutes of discussion for each resolution, 2 minutes for each person. We have 8 in total, so that's a lot. The Secretary of Convention will keep time and let us know when we've reached the limit. Please use the raised hand function and wait to be recognized by the chair. At that point, you'll be able to unmute yourself. Remember, as we just heard, to state your name, your congregation. And this is debate on resolutions. We had an opportunity last week to spend a good bit of time talking about what they are and what questions people might have. I hope you availed yourself of the opportunity to communicate with the sponsors if you did still have questions. So when you do want to speak, let us know if you're speaking in favor of the resolution or against the resolution. if you're asking a question for clarification, or if you have already submitted a potential amendment, those need to have been submitted in writing by 6:30. That goes to communications@diovermont.org. If you've done it, I hope you have. Even if it's really simple, we need to put it on the screen. So with that, we'll go to the first of the resolutions we have. We'll be talking initially about a change to the canons, and then we'll jump back after we've had a chance to vote on that canons change resolution and consider the budget resolution. Resolution 1, the change proposes revisions to the diocesan canons. At last year's convention, we revised the canons to reflect recommendations from the Thrive Commission, with the recognition that living into those would likely lead to changes this year. So what you have following the actual resolution itself, when that comes up on the screen, and you could have downloaded the entire Constitution and Canons document showing where changes will be made. As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of Resolution 1, revise canons to amend certain 2022 canon amendments.
I invite Chancellor Tom Little to speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Good evening again. I'm speaking on behalf of the Canons Committee, which is the proposer of the canonical amendments. I remind us all that under our existing canons, when the proposed amendments come from the Canons Committee, they are adopted at a single convention. When a canonical proposal comes up from any other source, it takes 2 successive conventions. Tonight, it will be on a single vote, and according to our canons, this will need to be a vote by orders. For those of you who haven't done that very often or never have done it, it means that the clergy need to take a vote, and the lay delegates need to take a separate vote, and the proposal needs to be adopted or approved by a 2/3 majority in each of those 2 orders. The resolution is accompanied, the resolutions are accompanied by a brief explanation. This is a substantial revision to Canon 6 of the amendments from a year ago, principally changing the enhanced standing committee, which under those 2022 changes functioned akin to the former diocesan council, not exactly, but relatively closely. And the enhanced standing committee did not have the bishop as a member or a voting member at all, whereas on the diocesan council, the bishop had been a voting member and in the leadership of the diocesan council. So the leadership of the church and what I would call the stakeholders in the governance of the church, which are here, it was the leadership of the Thrive group. It was the Canons Committee, the Standing Committee, the Enhanced Standing Committee, the trustees of the diocese, and other affected diocesan groups. Worked with the Canons Committee. We discerned that the change that was made last year to what we've called an expanded or an enhanced standing committee had the unintended consequence of disempowering our bishop from work on a critical body, the body that between diocesan conventions deals with finances, investments, budgets, and to some extent real estate issues, and that was a mistake that we wanted to correct at this time. What you have been given in the run-up to convention was a red-lined version of the existing canons with the additions underlined and deletions overstruck that deals with the shifting of that governance function from an expanded standing committee to a new executive council. Standing committee still remains with its historic functions, but the budgeting, finance, and other diocesan council type responsibilities are largely shifted to the new executive council, the composition of which is contained in the new Canon 6. And there is one other unrelated change in the proposal, which was brought to our attention by Bishop Shannon. There are, I think, 5 instances in our existing canons of the phrase mission of the church, and we are proposing to change that to the mission of God in the church, which is better from a theological perspective, and is a fairer statement of what our mission is, what we are all about here. These proposals have been reviewed and are supported by the Canons Committee, the Bishop, and the Standing Committee, as well as the trustees of the diocese and other affected bodies. We had an extensive series of discussions across these diocesan bodies and stakeholders, a lot of drafts, and the result was a clear and strong consensus among all involved in that dialogue. I would suggest, Bishop, the possibility of an amendment that I would like to make when we get to that point to clarify something in the proposed new Canon 6 regarding the terms of office of the 3 members, which in the proposal would be appointed by the bishop to the new executive council, to make sure that it's clear that they have staggered 3-year terms. So thank you, Paul. I will be happy to answer questions and respond to comments. Thank you.
If there are questions, then please raise your hand and Paul will recognize you.
I see a hand raised by Rick Swanson from Stowe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Reverend Bishop. Nice to see you. Tom Little, thank you very much for your work. I raise my hand at this time to make an amendment that I submitted to the Resolutions Committee. Have you received that? I know that Kathleen said that she had. So my My proposed amendment is to move the 3 appointed positions from at large on the executive council to elected positions from the diocesan convention floor, allowing a broad base similar to what diocesan council was, but adding to it the executive council role that has many diocesan leaders, and just helping to give voice that folks that aren't in formal leadership could bring to the executive council. That's why I stand and offer this amendment. And Tom Little, I'm not sure I would wrote it out there with staggered terms, I suspect would need to be added to that. Thank you.
Bishop, we do need, I believe, to move forward with receiving this amendment and having discussion on the amendment that has been presented.
You need a second?
No. Are the hands raised to speak to the amendment that has just been offered? If so, I see Craig Smith has raised a hand for discussion on the amendment.
I simply raised my hand to second the amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to it. I don't have the hand raise function.
Susan McGarry has raised her hand to speak to the amendment. Susan, you should
I'm
be able
trying.
to.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, Bishop Shannon, this is Susan McGarry. Again, we're retired clergy worshiping at St. Thomas and Grace in Brandon. I actually have a question. It's a procedural question. Since we passed most of this last year, and much of what we'll be doing with this year will be the second reading, as I understand it. What would be the strategic import of making this amendment in terms of getting the whole set of canons passed finally into law? And I don't know to whom to ask that. Anyway, I throw that out as a question. Outside the substance of this amendment, what would it do to the overall timetable for passing these canonical changes? I guess that's the way I want to express my question.
Paul, I would be happy to respond.
Please.
That's in order. Let me clarify. The canonical amendments that were adopted at the 2022 convention went into effect at the adjournment of the 2022 convention. Because they were proposed by the Canons Committee and approved in a vote by orders, they do not need a second reading and a subsequent diocesan convention. I should add that part of the adoption of those changes a year ago included a sunset provision that's now Canon 38 that provides that all of the changes from 2022 shall sunset and cease to be effective when the 2025 annual convention adjourns, unless that convention or an earlier convention extends their effectiveness. And the reason that the Canons Committee included that derives from the work of the Thrive group. And it was intended that that 3-year sunset period be a time for careful monitoring and consideration of how well those canonical changes are working. And that's one of the reasons we are here with this proposal for you tonight, that it was determined across a broad consensus that there was one significant mistake or misjudgment, unintended consequence, and we're now here to address that. So I think that responds to that question. This, if approved tonight in a vote by orders, will be effective upon adjournment, but the sunset is still in effect, so that over the next 2 years, we will continue to monitor the effectiveness of the canonical changes, and the Canons Committee will be bringing proposals up a year from now and 2 years from now relating to that.
Thank you. I see Kim Hardy from St. James, Essex Junction has her hand raised for a question on the amendment.
Thank you for, sorry. We have two computers going here. I think we're on this page now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Speak, please. Now you're muted again.
Okay. Thank you for recognizing that I'm from St. James. This is Kim Hardy, St. James, Essex Junction. I just want to ask the question for clarification. I suppose it would be of Rick, who is putting this amendment forth. You're suggesting that we not have Bishop Shannon choose these representatives, but rather the convention vote on them instead. It's not both and, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Titus Pressler has a hand raised to speak to the amendment.
Titus Presser from St. Matthew's in Enosburg Falls. It would be helpful to know the thinking of the Canons Committee in regard to this whole matter. My guess is that the Canons Committee might have considered having elected representatives from convention. My guess also is that perhaps, given the fact that last year's canons were then experienced as unhelpfully abridging the bishop's authority, that perhaps the Canons Committee appropriately restored some authority to the bishop through having these appointees instead of elected members from convention. Perhaps the Canons Committee, Tom Little, could clarify that.
Thank you, Titus. The gist of Father Rick's proposed amendment was discussed at the Canons Committee level maybe a month or so ago. I can't really speak on behalf of the Canons Committee because we're not all here tonight, but I think I can convey the sense of the committee as follows. All of the other members of the proposed executive council, with the exception of the treasurer of the diocese ex officio, would be elected by convention. So the the convention has a key role in determining who those people are, and their roles when elected would include, in their job descriptions, would include service on the executive council. So when making those elections, the voting members of convention would know that. That's number one. Number two, Titus has anticipated that in reaction to the oversight or the miscalculation of how the expanded standing committee was structured, we felt that having the bishop appoint in consultation with the executive council. So the executive council would be advising the bishop what those members feel is needed on this council in terms of skill sets, experience, maybe geographic diversity, and so forth. So that would be a second point I would make. And perhaps finally, two more points. This will be looked at again over the next 2 years, and if we sense a groundswell in favor of a more direct election, we can consider that and bring it to the convention at that time. And then some of this is also my last point is the timing one as well. If we adopt the amendment and have to elect 3 staggered term members to executive council, I don't see how we could do that tonight. And we could not do it until next year, which would mean there would be a shortfall in terms of the membership of the executive council. So that's how those are certainly my sense of the proposed amendments, and I think the Canons Committee members would probably agree with me on that. Thank you.
Thank you. In light of that, I would suggest that we not adopt the amendment. Thank you.
Greta Getline from the Cathedral Church of St. Paul in Burlington has her hand raised to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Paul. Greta Getline, Cathedral Church of St. Paul in Burlington. I would like to speak against this amendment. I am not on the Canons Committee, but I was part of the smaller group that was crafting these canons before they went to the Canons Committee. And for all of the reasons that Tom Little gave for having these be appointed rather than elected. And I'd like to add one thing to that, which is that in most dioceses where they have either a diocesan council or an executive committee, there are generally several seats on that committee that are reserved for appointment by the bishop for all of the reasons that Tom said, to make sure that there is adequate representation, adequate talent and skill on the committee for the life of the diocese. And it helps to help the bishop to enact the policies and the programs that the bishop wishes to enact. So I would strongly urge us to not accept this amendment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wishes to speak first before having Kim Hardy recognized to speak to the amendment? I see no other hands raised. So Kim, if you'd like.
Thank you. Kim Hardy, St. James, Essex Junction. In light of all this previous discussion, and especially with Titus, I would like to stand against this amendment as well. And I would just add that I think in light of what has happened with the bishop in last year's rendition. I think it's a matter of goodwill to give her a little more leeway this year by having appointments at her discretion. And it's for 2 more years. And so we can reevaluate if we need to in not much time in the future. Thank you.
I see Sarah Janolfi of Trinity Rutland asking to speak to the amendment.
I'm Sarah from Trinity Episcopal Church in Rutland. I would also, as a member of the core standing committee, speak against this amendment. Our vestry right now is in the process of figuring out who the next vestry will be, and I am a very involved part of that for our mission. It is important for me to have a team with whom I know I can work successfully. It is elected, and I seek a lot of input from the congregation, though making the nimble moves that we're trying to make as a parish that's looking to revitalize itself. It's been really important for me to have a team with whom I can, be fully a full leader. So I would speak against it.
Thank you. And Kenneth McFarland from St. Thomas and Grace in Brandon wishes to speak to the amendment. You should be able to unmute now.
Am I allowed to call the question?
We have almost exhausted our 20-minute allocated time for debate and discussion on the amendment, so that would be perfectly in order.
Then I call the question.
Ken, if you just hold that thought, because calling the question is a suspension of the rules. It requires a 2/3 majority vote. If no one is in line to speak, the bishop can just bring it to a vote.
I say, well, then I lower my hand and withdraw the call to question.
Great. Okay. Bishop, we pretty much have run through the 20-minute time allocated for discussion and debate. So I could turn it over to you to move us forward on voting on this amendment that's been offered. You may have even heard the timer go off.
Indeed, I heard the timer. Thank you, Paul. So the matter before us is the amendment to revise the, to the amendment to the revised resolution 1. And so is there a poll for that already, Kathleen?
There is.
Okay. So a poll will appear on your screen. So vote yes to approve the amendment and vote no to reject the amendment. So it appears that voting has ceased and the amendment does not pass. 77% voted no. So I guess we're back to the original presentation from our chancellor. Is that right, Tom?
Yes, and if you could,
so I can ask for it.
Whoever was sharing that screen could put it back up.
Okay.
If, thank you. with over on the next page, if you could. Thank you, right there. I think this is I would like to offer, I can't, I'm not a voting member of the convention, but I would like to suggest Bishop Shannon that it might be in order for someone else to offer the following amendment. It occurred when reviewing Rick Swanson's proposed amendment that, and this is, canonical changes are an iterative process. And every time I read the draft anew, after having put it down for a few weeks, I find something that maybe I wanted to do a little differently. But I think in the phrase at the very top of the page, where it says up to 3 members appointed by the bishop in consultation with the executive council, not all from the same order. I think it was the expectation or anticipation of the canons committee that those up to 3 members would be appointed for staggered terms of office, and of 3 years, so that if the bishop were to appoint 3 members, they would start out presumably with one of them having a 1-year term, one of them having a 2-year term, one of them having a 3-year term, and then they would cycle through to their replacements having 3-year terms, so that those people would not all go off the executive council at the same time. And if that is, I'll stop there. I think that's fairly straightforward. So it would be after the word bishop. We would insert with staggered terms of 3 years. With staggered terms of 3 years.
So Tom, you're the expert on how we add that. I'm all for the clarity. It makes plenty good sense to have it. So whatever, I don't know.
It would need, I would think, Bishop, to be moved and seconded to make that amendment to the original resolution. And I see some hands raised. Are those people who would like to move that motion? I see Wally Good has raised hand.
I'll move this amendment.
Is there a second? I see Jim Ballard has raised his hand. Elizabeth Phillips has raised her hand for a second. Judy Shank has raised her hand.
So which one is the second? Is it Jim Ballard?
I'm checking to see if Jim is not the second. Judy Shank, have you raised your hand to second the motion?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm Judy Shank, and I'm delegate from St. Paul's Church, White River Junction, Vermont.
Great. Thank you. So we have that amendment to the original resolution then for discussion and debate. And I see Jim Ballard has a hand raised to discuss this amendment. Jim, you should be able to unmute.
My question is, if this is just a trial for a couple years with the possibility of sunset, why not wait until this trial period is done instead of doing all of this?
You're a hard man to argue with, Jim. That's another way of approaching this. But the way this is currently written, there would be, if adopted tonight, the bishop would have the authority to appoint up to 3 people with staggered terms of 3 years each, which might give, even in a window of 2 years, an opportunity to cycle 1 or 2 people in and out. But I'd be very interested to see what Lindsay Huddles, Lindsay had her hand up if she had a comment or a suggestion.
So Lindsay Huddle wish to address the amendment?
Thank you. This I had a lot of discussion actually in the Canons Committee about this, because I felt like being a 60s girl that everything should be from the people, and as we talked about just how to make things work, it came to me that having this start up and with the staggered terms is really great. It allows us to show our trust in the people that we've elected and appointed and in our bishop. I think the pandemic has made us all more edgy and we don't see each other as much as we used to. And it's really important to remember that we are all together in this. And I think, so that's my really addressing the amendment. But on this particular amendment, I just think it makes absolute sense to be able to have a functioning committee with people coming on and not going all off at the same time. Is that helpful to you, Tom?
Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate it.
Any other speakers to debate this amendment? I'm seeing no other hands raised, Bishop.
Thank you. So the matter before us is the amendment to resolution 1. And so I'm assuming, Kathleen, that there's going to be a Zoom poll?
There will, yes, Bishop.
Okay, great. So a poll will appear on your screen. Vote yes to approve the amendment and vote no to reject the amendment. Looks like voting has stopped and the amendment passes by 92%. Thank you. So now, Tom, is it all right if I move on to asking about voting on this whole amended?
I think the question before the convention is now: shall the convention approve the resolution as amended in a vote by orders?
That's right, and we do have to vote by orders. The matter before the convention is resolution 1, which has been revised, and this will revise canons to amend certain 2022 canon amendments. And we will be voting by orders and using election buddy. Vote yes to approve the amended canons, vote no to reject the amended canons.
May I say something?
Yes, please.
I just want to let everyone know you can do it. We're going to go back to Election Buddy. You'll see that there's in the chat, there is a link. It's the same link you've used. Same credentials that you have used before. You do not have to worry. We're all voting at the same time, lay and clergy. You do not have to worry about that. The system knows whether you are lay and clergy and will tabulate it appropriately.
Thank you. While delegates are completing their votes, I call on Ann Brown to present a courtesy resolution.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. As is our tradition, the Resolutions Committee offers a variety of resolutions that thank, honor, or commend for prayer individuals or groups. Tonight, we will offer 2 of those resolutions in the course of voting. So, because it does take some time to get the election buddy vote completed. The majority of these, we have 11 altogether, will come near the end of our agenda. Rather than voting on them individually, we'll take a single vote on all courtesy resolutions once they have all been presented. As you can see on your screen, this first courtesy resolution honors the 11 women ordained to the priesthood in July 1974 and the 3 bishops who ordained them. The resolution with its explanation is posted on the website and linked in the chat. I hope you will read it. The explanation announces a screening of a film telling their story and celebrating the upcoming 50th anniversary of that historic event. I believe we're going to play the trailer for the film called The Philadelphia 11.
My mother said to me that I had told her when I was a little girl that I wanted to be a priest. She and my dad both said, well, that's wonderful, honey, but that's just not what girls do.
A heated debate has been going on in the Episcopal Church on whether women can serve as priests.
There's no reason why a woman couldn't be president or a judge or a number of other things. But the one thing that she absolutely cannot be is a model.
I get so tired of being decided about behind my back.
The oppressor cannot be the instrument of the liberation of the oppressed. And yet in this structure, women do not have the power to effect their own liberation.
Conservative and liberal and progressive and radical and right on the edge. We were not the same by any means.
The phones were ringing off the hook. One woman said, "Are you people going to ordain women there today?" And I said, "Yes, we are." And she said, "You're going to split this church right in half." I said, "The church is already split in half. That's why we're doing it."
Proceedings here enacted are unlawful and schismatical.
It is simply a role which a woman cannot fill.
God shall be called Father, and so shall his priests.
There were all these lights. NBC, ABC, CBS were out there with their big cameras, and it was like, my goodness.
It was so clear that we were being called to that day, and we were willing to stand, and we would not be denied this.
The Episcopal House of Bishops today ruled invalid last month's ordination of 11 women as priests.
We kept going to parishes that want us there as priests. Of course, we're called a bunch of man-hating dykes, bitches and shrews and all of this stuff. At some point, what was going to happen to us, of course, was a big question.
The 11 little priestesses all in a row, like the little Indians. I'd be delighted if they'd go away.
I suggest to you that we cannot wait to settle questions of the freedom of all of humanity. Women are either free in our society or they are not.
There's a saying, you know, you need to speak the truth even if your voice shakes. And that's what I did.
And you all are doing a great job for this first vote. I've left it open a little longer while in case some of you were enjoying that wonderful video. Closing the ballot in 1 minute. So give yourselves a minute if you have not yet voted. And if you need help, please use the chat function.
Bishop, I see a hand raised by Judy Shank. Is there a question or a query?
Are you trying to ask something, Judy?
You should be able to unmute.
Now I can. I had left it open on my phone, and now that when I go in, it just gives me what I voted earlier. I can't get the new vote.
Do you know how to refresh your browser by chance?
Well, I did it from the Gmail.
So you clicked on the link from the Gmail.
I clicked on the Gmail. Now I've got to try to find this again. What happened to it? The Episcopal Church, register for 11/4 convention. No, that's not it.
Oh, so you're in your email. So you can just click on the link. Don't worry about what the text of the email says. Click on the link.
That's all right. Something happened here. I've given up. This is getting ridiculous. I don't know what happened.
We're all working together and
I know.
Sometimes harder for some of us than others. And also sometimes we have different challenges in our.
Okay, let's see. I've got. Hello, Judy Shank. Thank you for voting. So for registering. That's the wrong one.
Right, that's your email. So you're gonna click on that link in the email because the link is the same in every email.
Well, this is the one that brings me to Zoom.
Okay, yeah, that's not what you want.
No, because that's the join the meeting.
Every time it's here in the chat. So, and
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But it's not working. My chat's not even working right.
I know.
Vote now. Wait a minute. Vote now. Come on, let's open this up. Okay. Oh, guess what? Election. The vote. Visit the vote. Here it is. Okay. I'm sorry.
Are you set?
I think so. This is resolution. This is resolution 1, right?
You got it. So I'm gonna we can't do this for all of them because we gotta.
No. The others with raised hands, you can nod if this is the same problem that you are experiencing.
Yes. And I'm gonna start the timer again, but again, people need sleep. So
my numbers.
Okay. Other hands are raised. Jim Ballard, you have your hand raised?
Yes, for Tom Little, just not that I want to go over it again, but I just want clarification. We voted on the resolution as a body, but not by orders. How does that
We
work?
voted by orders. We did it in a
Okay,
single vote, but the voting system will sort out the clergy versus the lay vote for us to report that out.
Thank you. I was hoping that's the way it was.
Yes. Sharon Tierra, you had a question?
Yes, and so I tried going in again through the email, and what I get is it says sign in to vote. It has my access key and my password, and then the vote now button is gray, and it can't be clicked. And I tried several times to make it work, but
Sharon, are you able to click on a link from the chat in Zoom?
oh, okay.
Can you try that and see what happens? And again, I don't think we're going to be able to offer this kind of help throughout convention. And it would be really helpful. This is not just to you, Sharon. If these kinds of tech issues could be handled in chat, that would be ideal.
Oh, okay. All right, that worked. Because I was
That worked. Okay, great, wonderful.
Using my phone before.
A
Okay.
solution that hopefully will benefit all.
Yes.
As we move forward.
Okay, so just. "30 seconds and I will close the ballot. Ballot is closed.
You can read it. He's going to announce the number.
All right, so the resolution passes with 64 votes yes in the lay order, 3 no, and 43 in the clergy order, and 4 no. Thank you all. Oh, it's already on the screen. So I call on Ann Brown to introduce resolution number 2.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. In order to save a bit of our increasingly valuable time this evening, the next 3 resolutions, all of which have financial implications, will be voted on using a single ballot. You'll be able to vote your preference on each one, but do keep a note of how you plan to vote as we proceed, so you don't forget what resolution 2 and resolution 3 and resolution 4 are. Resolution 2 is the adoption of the fiscal year 2024 budget for the diocese. It proposes a balanced budget, and it proposes the congregational contributions to the operating budget. As chair of the resolutions committee, I move adoption of resolution 2, adoption of the fiscal year 2024 integrated budget for the Diocese of Vermont. And you will have had the report from Michael Shapiro earlier, and he is, I believe the bishop will make him available to answer questions.
Yes, is there any discussion? And I invite interim CFO Shapiro to remain unmuted so he may answer questions about this resolution.
Bishop, I see no hands raised for discussion or debate on this resolution.
Thank you. Since there is no further discussion on resolution 2, we will proceed with the discussion of the next resolution. So I call on Ann Brown to introduce resolution number 3.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Resolution 3 recommends a cost of living adjustment for clergy and other employees of the diocese and congregations. And it recommends a change in how employers fund employee health insurance premiums. As chair of the resolutions committee, I move adoption of resolution 3, establishing recommendations on cost of living increase and employee health insurance premiums.
I invite Ken and Linda Grenz to speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Bishop. This resolution offers the cost of living increase of 3.5%, but also asks that congregations pay the full health insurance amount in lieu of the 3.5% for couples or families, and 2.25% that they normally give also be covered by the congregation, and the single folks would get then the 1.75 amount of the COLA instead of the 3.5. It also recommends that if a spouse, if a priest is getting their insurance through their spouse or some other means, that a congregation consider providing some additional income to compensate them for what are likely to be paid premiums and increased costs of co-pays and higher costs for their care. And the clergy that are employed part-time receive some healthcare benefits as well. I'm happy to answer any questions that people may have.
I do see a hand raised for discussion on this resolution from Carol Wageman.
Yeah, thank you. Carol Wageman. I'm a priest at large in the diocese, retired. My question is, so the cost of living adjustment and this other part is connected together. So in other words, if you vote yes on this, you're voting yes on the cost of living, the COLA, and yes on the responsibility of giving it to the congregations to pay more of the health insurance. So if you vote no on it, people don't get a cost of living raise either, and so I'm a little confused as to these two things are tied together. If somebody could explain that, I'd appreciate it.
I will defer to the Chancellor. I believe that if this resolution is voted down, that you would need to introduce a new resolution that simply did the cost of living increase. But Chancellor, you need to address that.
May I throw in a note here? The next resolution, which has to do with minimum clergy compensation, also has a provision for a COLA, and that's there in the event that this one fails. So the two resolutions mesh together, and whatever happens in this one will carry over to the other one, but if this one does not pass, the COLA is still there. I hope that
Thank you,
answers
Anne.
your question.
I'd forgotten that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there any other debate on resolution 3? Seeing no other hands raised, Bishop, I think we can move on to resolution 4.
Thank you. And remember that we will vote on the budget and resolutions 3 and 4 at the conclusion of this debate. So I call on Anne Brown to introduce resolution number 4.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Resolution 4 is the canonically required annual establishment of minimum clergy compensation. While it can incorporate the previous resolution, it is not wholly dependent upon that one. As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of Resolution 4, establishing minimum clergy compensation for 2024.
Again, I invite Canon Linda Grenz to speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Bishop. As Anne pointed out, this chart shows the same dollar amount as last year. It has not included the 3.5%. But if you vote down the previous resolution, then it automatically would add 3.5% onto this amount. You just need to be aware of that.
So is there any discussion?
I see a hand raised by Wally Good.
And I would also like to ask if you could scroll down on the screen. You'll see the next resolve in this, which addresses the question right there, the question of the 3.5% minimum cost of living increase. So that is in there.
Okay. Wally Good.
Hello, I'm Wallace Good, Holy Trinity Church in Swanton. I've communicated directly certain minor amendments to this resolution to Canon, and I don't see that they've been implemented. There are some confusing statements within it, which may cause treasurers difficulty in implementing it.
Were these submitted in writing before 6:30 this evening?
They were submitted directly to Ann and Linda several weeks ago, and we've had discussion on it.
Right, they were offered to me as questions and I responded to you, Wally. Unfortunately, I can't make changes. It has to come from one of the voting delegates.
Am I allowed to go? There's a message there. There are no amendments that came from Dr. Good, at least from the canonical folks that they state. And as Linda stated, any, would have needed to come to someone that could actually put an amendment into writing. What I would suggest, if there's confusion for treasurers, this would be something that after the convention, after these are voted, because all of that information for treasurers is something that is in the rationale or the other sections of the amendment of the resolution can be answered in, whether it's in a workshop or in a consultation, I think. I don't know if there's anything else, having assisted Canon Linda and Rich Segui in this, if there's any other way that these could have been done. Now, I did not see your amendments, Wally, but I think the better way to do would be, and I know Mike and Rich have talked about this, of actually having a meeting with the treasurers who have questions about how to implement this. And I just want to also just say one thing, if Canon Linda has time, if not, passing Resolution 3 will not cost parishes any more than if if you defeat Resolution 3, you will have to incorporate 3.5% into Resolution 4, and so it will cost you the same amount of money. A parish will not save money by voting against Resolution 3. Just want to be clear about that. What the difference is that actually, while it costs you the same, the clergy will be able to have a benefit that is, in fact, the only one that loses in this is the IRS.
And the church pension fund.
And
because
the church pension.
The parish doesn't have to pay 18% of the in COLA.
I see another hand raised from Kim Hardy, who wants to discuss Resolution 4.
Thank you, Paul. Some of the questions which I submitted to Canon Linda last week, I did not get a response from, so sorry, Linda, I know you're busy. I'm still confused about who this benefits or doesn't. I think Canon Walter just said the IRS loses, but it seems to me, unless there is some provision in here for those of us who are already receiving either full health insurance or a portion thereof, that the clergy are actually going to be having to pay more. Unless there is something in here, Canon Linda, I think you said for those of us who have prior letters of agreement that fully cover health care, that supersedes this agreement. But I don't trust that, to be honest, unless it's in writing.
Well, first off, this is right. The only
So
thing that is
wondering how that can be addressed so that our vestries can be clear that for those of us who already have full health insurance or a portion thereof, if we're part-time, how we're not going to be paying more.
you would continue where you currently are, first off. Secondly, the it is a recommendation, not a requirement. The only thing that is a requirement is the mandated diocesan minimums. So you negotiate with your vestry of what you want to do. And if you're already getting full health insurance, then presumably you took the base down when you first started. And so you do the 3.5% on top of it, of what you're currently getting. But there, I think, are only 4 clergy that I know of in the diocese that applies to.
Are there, Kim, you wanted to follow up on that?
Sorry, my husband had me mute myself again, and then I lost you. I appreciate you saying that here, Linda. I'm just not sure how to translate that to a vestry who looks at a recommendation and says, not that I'm thinking my vestry will necessarily, they're very generous, but many vestries will not be so generous. They will look at such a recommendation and they could say, well, that gets us off easy because now we don't have to pay as much health insurance as we've been paying and give a cost of living increase. That's my question, is when vestries look at this recommendation and say, that's great for us, we can either continue to pay health insurance or give a cost of living increase, but not both. That's my fear. That's my fear for those who
okay,
who
but
are
it's only
and I don't think it's addressed.
It's only for the transition year. Okay, so it only applies to this
Well, it's
year.
still a year.
Because what? No, I'm just saying, if you don't pay the 3.5% COLA, it only lowers the base of the salary 1 year. Then going forward, they would be paying full health insurance and adding COLAs on as normal.
I don't know, Ken and Linda, maybe it's just me. I don't know if anyone else finds this confusing, but I would find this confusing to try to express to my vestry. I may vote against number 3 and vote for number 4. I'll have to think. Thank you, though, for trying to help me to understand it.
There's another hand raised from Rachel Field.
Hi, thank you. Rachel Field from St. Mary's in Northfield and from Heartbreak Hollow, the new Episcopal community in Roxbury, Vermont. I'm on the Clergy Compensation Committee, and I just thought I'd jump in to this, especially what you were bringing up, Kim. The resolution 3, the parish has to contribute either toward COLA or toward increased coverage for healthcare. So it's not like if we approve this, as I understand it, it's not like if we approve this resolution, anyone is losing out on any kind of compensation. Either the money would go toward an increase in healthcare coverage or toward an increase in your salary. So if you already have full healthcare coverage and you're not paying anything for healthcare, you would simply take that as your COLA. If, however, you're on the health exchange or you're receiving healthcare, but you are as an individual are paying into what your parish is also paying. If your parish is not covering 100% of your healthcare, you can choose to have the parish increase what it pays toward your healthcare, and instead of taking that increase in funds to your salary. So either way, the parish is increasing what it offers. It's either going to be sending it to your COLA or it's going to be sending it to your healthcare. I hope that helps provide a bit of clarity. And like Greta said in the chat, this is a recommendation, not a requirement. So if what you have is working for you, then leave it. That's all.
Thanks, Rachel. That was helpful.
Are there any other raised hands to speak to Resolution 4? I am seeing no additional hands, Bishop.
Thank you, Paul. The matters before us are resolutions number 2, adoption of the fiscal year 2024 integrated budget for the Diocese of Vermont. Resolution number 3, establishing recommendations on cost of living increase and employee health insurance premiums. And resolution number 4, establishing minimum clergy compensation for 2024. Please vote using Election Buddy. The ballot would give you an opportunity to vote separately on each resolution. Vote yes to approve a resolution. Vote no to reject a resolution. And while delegates are completing their votes, I call on Ann Brown to present a courtesy resolution.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. This is a second courtesy resolution that we're offering. It is to honor the memory of the Reverend Jane Garrett. The Reverend Janet Brown, a sponsor of the resolution honoring the Philadelphia 11, was the first woman ordained priest in the Diocese of Vermont. And though recently retired from Grace Church Sheldon, she continues her active service as a supply priest and consultant. It seems fitting to follow that resolution with one honoring the fourth woman ordained priest in the diocese. The Reverend Jane Garrett, who died October 12th, was ordained in 1981. Working for the publisher Alfred A. Knopf, Jane edited 6 Pulitzer Prize winners, several bestsellers, and even a book by Pope John Paul II. We joked that if he only knew she was a priest, but that's another story. A New York Times obituary on November 5th focuses on Jane as editor, and there's a link in the courtesy resolution that you can download from the website to that wonderful obituary. The picture that you're seeing came from that. Our resolution honors Jane's many contributions to the Diocese of Vermont and to the Episcopal Church. Jane was a tireless champion for peace and justice. In 1991, during a debate in the House of Deputies of the General Convention on a resolution about human sexuality, Jane stood to remind her fellow deputies to be mindful that in their comments about gay and lesbian Episcopalians, they were not talking about abstractions, but about real people such as herself. I didn't know Jane then. I was an observer at that convention, but I witnessed that event from the gallery. And I learned then how the power of a single respected voice could change the tenor of debate in a room of over 100 deputies. And I say aside, the House of Bishops in a different room was kind of coming unglued about the same issue, but I think Jane's remarks helped keep things on an even keel in the House of Deputies. Jane mentored several of us who served with and after her as deputies from Vermont to General Convention. Tom Little said Jane was a kind, wise, and encouraging figure in my early years as a deputy to General Convention. I learned to take the work of General Convention seriously. I didn't want to disappoint her. All this she did with an easy, albeit serious grace. I echo Tom, and I'm honored to be following in her footsteps, first as a deputy of the General Convention and now as chair of the Diocesan Resolutions Committee. Please use the link in the chat or go to the website to download the full resolution honoring Jane. Thanks.
All of the resolutions have passed. The first one, for the budget, is 100% approval. Resolution 3, establishing recommendations on cost of living increase and employee health insurance, passes with 94 yes votes and 15 no, so that's 86.24% passing. And then resolution 4, establishing minimum clergy compensation for 2024. Oh, it's right here on the screen. 107 votes yes and 3 no. Thank you. So I have a question for Pamela Vandergraaf. Were any additional nominations for elected office received by 6:30 p.m.?
Yes, Bishop. As of 6:30, we have received the following additional nominations. Lindsay Huddle is running for trustee of the diocese, and the Reverend Darcy Mercier is running for clergy member of the standing committee. There is a link in the chat for their nomination forms.
Thank you. These nominees will be added to the list of candidates for election, and the nomination process is hereby closed. So I call on Pamela Vandergraaf for a report and introduction of nominees for uncontested elections to diocesan offices.
First, I'd like to thank the rest of the nomination committee who helped me in this work: Stan Baker, Jenny Knowles, and Amy Spagna. We will begin with the elections for which there are no contests. A link to the nominations packet with further information on each candidate is available in chat. Nominees for the Commission on Finance are the Reverend Melanie Combs of St. Luke's Fairhaven and Rebecca Boucher of St. Mark's Newport. The nominee for Deputy to Provincial Synod, Nancy Gordon of Trinity Church, Rutland. The nominee to serve as an alternate lay deputy to General Convention is Lisa Leopold of the Cathedral Church of St. Paul, Burlington. Nominees uncontested to serve as trustees of the Rock Point School are Monica Brady Myrov, Saeed Hammond, Robin Lloyd Miller, Mo Riley, and Lori Smith. Nominees to serve on the Rock Point Commons Board of Directors, Elizabeth Ferries of Burlington. Nominees for trustees of the diocese for 3-year terms expiring in 2026, the Reverend David Frederickson of Zion, Manchester, David Bullock of St. Mark's, Newport, and Lindsay Huddle of St. James, Essex Junction. For a 2-year term expiring in 2025, Noma Anderson of the Cathedral Church of St. Paul, Burlington. Back to you, Bishop Shannon.
Thank you. A motion is in order to elect all candidates just named by the nominations committee to the offices for which they are running in uncontested elections. And Paul will.
I see a hand raised by Michael Nawarth. Is that to make the motion?
Yes, it is.
So could you identify yourself, Michael Nawarth from?
I'm Michael Nawarth. I'm from Zion Church in Manchester, and I make the motion to approve the uncontested candidates.
Thank you. Is there a second to that? Rachel Field? Trinity Rutland?
Nope, Rachel Field, St. Mary's in Northfield.
Wrong place, sorry.
No worries.
Okay.
And yeah, second the motion.
Second the motion, thank you.
Thank you. The matter before us is the election of all nominees for uncontested offices. Please vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. Vote yes to approve the election of all nominees. Vote no to reject the election of all nominees. Thank you. The voting is complete and all of the nominees have been voted with 100% approval. Thank you. So I call on Pamela Vandergraaf for a report and introduction of clergy nominees to serve as alternate deputies to General Convention.
Nominees, let me get rid of this. Nominees for General Convention alternate deputy in the clergy order are the Reverend Jenny Anderson of St. Barnabas, Norwich, the Reverend Canon Walter Brownridge, the Reverend Canon Earl Coopercamp, Good Shepherd Barry, and the Reverend Amy Spagna, St. James Woodstock.
Thank you, Pamela. The matter before us is the election of 4 clergy alternate deputies to General Convention. So we will have 4 nominees for the 4 positions, and so all will be elected as alternate deputies. However, this election must result in candidates being ranked in order of votes received. So the election buddy ballot will ask you to vote for one nominee. And the nominee receiving the most votes will be the first clergy alternate deputy, and the others will be ranked accordingly. Note that the person elected as first alternate deputy will be expected to attend the General Convention meeting in Louisville, Kentucky in June 2024. You may vote now, and remember to vote for one nominee only. And while the vote is being taken and tallied, we will take a 10-minute break. So I will say that we will come back here at 9:26.
Oh, it's the Vermont Declaration urging Vermont towns
Why would they say that?
I mean, maybe it's just a little tweak.
to, I guess, a town meeting, or maybe select boards.
So they shouldn't be too
Well,
contentious.
well, I tell you, you just have to have whoever got the highest rank the votes.
I see a question in the chat and asking, when are we reconvening? It is at 9:26. All right, it is now 9:26, and I am ready to announce the results. So this is the results in order: the Reverend Earl Cooper Camp, the Reverend Canon Walter Brownridge, the Reverend Amy Spagna, and the Reverend Jenny Anderson, in that order. Thank you. So I call up on Pamela Vandergraaf for a report and introduction of nominees to serve on the standing committee.
There are 4 clergy nominations for election to 1 open clergy position on the standing committee. The nominees are the Reverend Rachel Field of St. Mary's, Northfield, the Reverend Canon Dr. Robert Leopold of the Cathedral Church of St. Paul, Burlington, the Reverend Dr. Frederick Moser of Trinity, Shelburne, and the Reverend Darcy Mercier of St. Luke's, St. Albans, and Grace Church, Selden. There are 4 lay nominees standing for election to 3 open lay positions on the standing committee. 1 4-year term, 1 unexpired 2-year term, and 1 unexpired 1-year term. The nominees are Wallace Good of Holy Trinity, Swanton, Nancy Gordon of Trinity, Rutland, Catherine Merrihew of St. Andrews, Colchester, and Judith Rogers of St. Matthew's, Enosburg Falls.
Thank you, Pamela. The matter before us is the election of clergy and lay members of the Standing Committee. Please vote for 1 clergy nominee and up to 3 lay nominees using Election Buddy. Note that the lay nominee with the most votes will fill the 4-year term. The nominee with the next highest number of votes will fill the 2-year term, and the 3rd highest will fill the 1-year term. And while delegates are completing their votes, we will play a video produced for us by Rock Point Commons.
Bishop Shannon, may I say something first?
Yes, please.
I apologize. It will take a minute for this this vote to come up, but I will let you all know when it is live. So the video is a good thing.
Great. Perfect.
Oh, no, I did mean to go ahead with the video. I think that would be a good idea.
It's hard to, reinvent oneself. An institution is a hard thing to turn in a different direction. Yeah, we're bound to tradition, but part of that tradition is wondering, what are we called to do today?
When I'm in these kinds of spaces, I feel connected to the world in like a much broader way and connected to time in a much broader way.
I feel like it's my spiritual home. I can come here with my sadness or my joy and find that things never really change.
I want kids from different areas to come here knowing that they will be judged or bullied and stuff.
Rock Point is a place where the intersection of faith and conservation come together.
There's lots of different partnerships happening here. And there's gardens, and there's different homesteading projects, and there's schools, and they're all interacting in these different ways.
I've seen my children and my grandchildren come here and love this place.
It's made me feel a part of this community more because you get to choose your path of learning. It just feels better. It feels like you can actually accomplish something.
The more people you have, the more impacted it's going to be. The idea and the hope is that if you can educate people who are coming to the landscape the right way, then you can create this space where people can have these sacred or connective experiences.
As we continue to change, I invite people to ask themselves, how might I be involved in all of this new life that is happening here?
Because it is the groundwork of who we have become as a diocese and who we need to continue to become.
And the ballot is now open.
All right, thank you. So we have the results of the election. So in order of, I'm going to read them. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the, wait, hold on one second.
The others have.
All right, so the person, the clergy person who will be joining the standing committee is Reverend Rachel Field, as you can see, with 51 votes. Thank you. And then for the lay votes. So these are in order of, so we have the one 4-year term will be filled by Nancy Gordon with 88 votes. And then the one lay unexpired 2-year term will be filled by Catherine Maryhugh with 72 votes. And then the one lay unexpired 1-year term by Judith Rogers with 76 votes. Thank you. Many thanks to Pamela Vandergraaf, Chair of the Nominations Committee. I call on Ann Brown, Chair of the Resolutions Committee, to continue presenting and moving approval of the other resolutions to come before this convention.
Thank you again, Bishop Shannon. We have 4 remaining resolutions. To save on time, we'll present and debate on all 4 and then vote on them on a single election buddy ballot. As with the earlier one, you'll have the opportunity to vote on each resolution for, against, or abstain. So do make note of how you wish to vote as we go along. The first of these is Resolution 5. It has 19 sponsors, both clergy and lay. It addresses concerns for equity and support for LGBTQIA+ persons in the Anglican Communion. It recommends engagement and active work for change, particularly on the part of the bishops of the Episcopal Church. And it identifies conditions that could lead to their refusal to participate in official Lambeth Conference bodies. This is not the whole Anglican Communion Lambeth Conference. It also includes a provision for withholding the Episcopal Church's contribution to a portion of the Anglican Communion budget, so long as a resolution from the 1998 Lambeth Conference regarding human sexuality remains normative. As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of Resolution 5, working for equity, support, and protection of all LGBTQIA+ Anglicans.
I invite Archdeacon Stan Baker to speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. I'm assuming you can hear me. We brought this to our convention last year, and a substitute resolution was offered by the Reverend Canon Lee Crawford. We tabled this to have discussion throughout the year. 3 online discussions were held. The first invited Katie Sherrod, one of the documentarians, in a wonderful, powerful video called Voices of Africa about LGBTQ Anglican Africans. Then the second one was the bishops speak. We saw video clips from 2 bishops. We read a wonderful long statement from our own Bishop Shannon and had a conversation about that. Then the third one, we received input from all the people who were present about how to reshape the resolution so that it could speak in a way that represented both the substitute resolution and the original resolution and give the bishops a little bit more leeway in terms of how to respond. And I'm very pleased with what came out of this. I'd like to note that the Reverend Canon Lee Allison Crawford, who offered the substitute resolution, was quite pleased with this one. And so I think we really did a good job of bringing together both resolutions into a comprehensive resolution. Just to note, this, if it's passed, will go to General Convention. It will then go to a legislative committee where there may be other resolutions about this issue, which will then be conflated into a resolution that will appear on the floor of the House of Deputies and in the House of Bishops. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Is there any discussion? And I invite Archdeacon Stan to remain unmuted so he may answer any questions about this resolution.
I believe Titus Pressler was the first hand raised to address the resolution.
Titus Pressler, St. Matthew's in Enosburg, and Global Mission Advocate for the Diocese. Thank you, Stan, for that presentation and for the hard work that went into this resolution over the past year. I share the resolution's concern for the full inclusion of LGBTQIA persons in the life and governance of the Anglican Communion. And I share the mover's rejection of the actions of the 1998 and 2022 Lambeth Conferences on Sexuality. I have, however, submitted an amendment, and I'm wondering whether that could be put up at this time. The amendment that I have proposed retains the first and last resolves of the proposed resolution for General Convention, which urge advocacy for justice, and deletes the resolves that retreat from Lambeth participation and cut off Lambeth funds. Many bishops through the years have testified to how relationships developed at Lambeth have broadened their perspective on many aspects of Christian life and ministry. Having myself engaged in conversations at Lambeth before, I'm confident that in 2022, some bishops went away pondering the conversations that they had with bishops of our church. And in fact, the attitudinal shifts in our church around sexuality are not primarily the product of boycotts and ultimatums. Instead, the shifts have come about through people talking with and seeing the lives and ministries of faithful LGBTQIA persons and their supporters. Yes, the amendment takes the teeth out of the original, but Christian community is not built by baring our teeth, especially when we're flexing our economic power to coerce others. The Anglican provinces of Nigeria, Uganda, and Rwanda boycotted the 2022 Lambeth Conference. They clutched their marbles and stayed home. Has that fracture in our communion changed minds on our side? No, nor should it. If enacted by General Convention, the original resolution would, I believe, make us the mirror image of the anti-gay bishops. We would be clutching our marbles and staying home. That's not Anglican. It's not strategic. It will not be effective. In fact, it undermines the engagement and advocacy that can bring about change. I urge passage of the proposed amendment. Thank you.
So I have a parliamentary question. So I read to the point, Tom, of me asking if there's someone to move that we accept this amendment? Or that someone move the amendment?
Bishop Shannon, I'm sorry, Bishop Shannon, may I interrupt?
Yes.
Titus, I'm not sure from your email whether the two paragraphs struck on the screen are the ones that you meant to strike in your amendment. Could you please clarify?
No, you're correct. Not the first paragraph that is struck, but rather the next one after that and the next one after that. Correct. Thank you for that correction.
Okay, thank you. Forgive me, Bishop Shannon, thank you.
No, no problem. Thank you for clarifying.
Bishop Shannon, I believe that Titus Pressler has moved the amendment. And if there is a second, it can be debated and acted upon.
Is there a second?
Someone rising to second. Canon Brownridge, are you?
I second
Second.
Dr. Pressler's amendment.
Okay. So then we would proceed to have debate and discussion on the amendment as it has been presented. There are a variety of hands raised. Hopefully these are hands wishing to speak to the amendment language. I see Jane Lolox wishes to speak to the amendment. Jane, you can unmute.
Thank you. I have a very quick question. I know the LGBTQ. What is the IA at? And I know the plus at the end. What is the IA?
Intersex and allies.
Thank you. That's the end of my question.
Judith Rogers, you wish to speak to the amended resolution?
I would like to speak to the amendment and in favor of it. I believe that we need to stay in the conversation and not leave the it would be kind of like a kid who is playing and takes his ball and goes home. We have to stay in the room and keep talking. You can't make change unless you are there.
Thank you. Gay and Murphy, to speak to the amended resolution.
So I have a question for the folks who put the original resolution together, but it is about the very question that the amendment raises. I know when I did diocesan study program, Lee and Ann both spoke very forcefully about Bishop Gene Robinson and how much his personal witness in National Convention changed people's hearts and minds. So I know a lot of thought went into this, and I'd like to hear from somebody who wrote this resolution why the step of not going to Lambeth felt like the right way to proceed.
I can speak to that. I think historically, there 2 Lambeths ago, gay bishops were not invited, and they had to have their separate meeting. This last one, gay bishops were invited, but not their spouses. And I think we felt that until the Anglican Communion can invite LGBTQ bishops and their spouses equally, it is a place of inequality. Also, in this last year, one of the bishops in Africa has come out in favor of imprisonment or death for LGBTQ plus people. So we're not talking about niceties here. We're talking about the people's lives. I don't think that this resolution means that we walk away from the table, but it says this is what we need to have happen in the future to protect the lives of LGBTQIA people. This is not simply about people from the United States not being allowed into the conversation. Equally, this is about the lives of Africans, Anglican Africans who are LGBTQ being in peril. So we feel that this goes beyond the politics of Lambeth to a life and death situation for queer people.
Susan McGarry, you wish to speak to the amended resolution?
I do. This is Susan McGarry, retired priest of the Diocese of Vermont, worshiping at St. Thomas and Grace in Brandon. And I encourage us to vote this amendment down. For all the things that Stan said, this is really urgent time in our history to be able to stand in solidarity with all marginalized groups, whether they be BIPOC or LGBTQIA+. But also, what this resolution does is it gets it to the General Convention, which is where it really ought to be discussed with input from all over the church. Whatever we do in the Diocese of Vermont, is good for our soul and good for our progress and stuff. But the point of this is it gets it to the General Convention, where people from all over the church will be addressing it. And I think we ought to give the movers of this whole thing, without the amendments, without the crossouts, to get it there and get it on the agenda of the national church for the national church to address it. Thank you.
Canon Brownridge, you wish to speak to the amended resolution?
Thank you. And I echo Titus's words commending the group who proposed the amendment and the work they did this past year. I support the amendment that Dr. Pressler proposes, and there are really three brief reasons. One, I think this is very important for us to bring to General Convention our beliefs and opinions of full inclusion of LGBTQI+ members. That does need to be brought up at General Convention and action taken. We should, as a church, strongly condemn any archbishops in Africa or anywhere else in the world who are in support of imprisonment, death penalties, torture to gay people in these countries where to be gay is to be a criminal. My concerns, though, are, first of all, if, as the one clause says, we refrain from all the bodies, not just the bishops, but lay people and clergy who participate in the Anglican Consultative Council and these other bodies, if we're not there at the table, we are not able to build those relationships which can change things. And I had a conversation with one of the presiding bishops, members of staff, who talked about, when compared to where we were in 2006 and 2009 in the Anglican Communion, every major body and globally the Anglican Communion have Episcopalians who are in favor of full inclusion in those bodies and able to represent the Episcopal Church's position there. So we would be retreating from the progress we've made. And so that would be, I think, a tragedy. The last point, and this gets to what I like to call the intersectional dilemma. Intersectional in the sense around what issues of race, of global status, whether you are from the global north or the global south, from a colonizer or a colonized position. When we say that if you don't do what we say, because we will not support you and we will withdraw funds unless you take heel to us. In Africa, where I lived and served, even in liberal places like South Africa, which has inclusion of gays and lesbians fully, it will be perceived, as was the war in Iraq, of America, wealthy white Americans dictating again what other folks need to be. It sounds harsh, but that is a reality. And I'm afraid not only for that reaction, but that it will actually cause even greater blowback to gay people. I served under a gay dean in Cape Town, South Africa. He would not be in favor of this. He would be supportive of your witness of solidarity and support, but you need to be at the table. And by showing again wealth and power versus, as I think Titus talked about, well, the Christian art of persuasion and the beloved community would probably be more effective in fact, protecting gay and lesbian people in these countries. I certainly support giving money to programs that will protect them. But if we withdraw our support and our physical presence, it will, in fact, I'm afraid, backfire. Thank you.
Judy Shank, you have your hand raised to speak to the amended resolution.
Yeah, well, sort of. I need a clarification, I guess, from the people who wrote the original resolution as to why do they think that pulling ourselves away from the table will then make life better for LGBTQIA in Africa, because we won't be present to talk for them if we're not there. So I was just wondering why they thought it was a way to protect somebody. I probably didn't make that sound right, did I?
Does anyone wish to take that question up? Perhaps one of the proposers of the original resolution? Okay. We can leave it there. The next person who's asked to speak is David Fredrickson from Manchester. David, you're muted still.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Paul. I'm Dave Fredrickson from Zion, the priest in charge at Zion in Manchester. Listen, I think this is an important resolution, and I appreciate Titus's position and Walter's as well. But and maybe I'm naive, but I think that I think that the resolution needs to have teeth, in the sense that I think it's important that we debate this at the General Convention as a whole church, and I think it's important for the Episcopal Church to stand up for the LGBT community as we do, not just in our own church, but around the world, and make it clear, what our position is. Last year I asked the question about what happens if we withhold money from the communion. Will it impact the marginalized people of the African and southern part of the church? And I appreciate the fact that we brought this back for another year to talk about it and to revise the resolution. And I think you've done that very well. And I appreciate the resolution as it's now in its present form. So I stand in favor of it. So thank you for that.
Stan Baker, I understand you were not able to unmute before to address the query put forward by Judy Shank. So I wanted to give you that opportunity.
Thank you. And I guess I'd be repeating myself to some degree. I think that the messages we've gotten from LGBTQIA Anglicans in Africa, and particularly, I know I would exclude South Africa, where Canon Walter has so much experience, and I deeply respect his views as well, is basically help us. Our lives are in danger. This is not a time to wait. do what you can. Also, I think that the residue of homophobia in many of the East African nations is a residue of colonialism. It's something we brought to our great shame in our evangelism and missionary work in Africa in past century. I think I would like to see that change. I would repeat, this is asking this issue to come to the General Convention, where it will be, I'm sure, debated at length. And the mind of the convention will decide what to move forward to the Anglican Communion. And it is specifically aimed at the organization of the Anglican Communion, not at the peoples of the different provinces. And I do recognize, and many bishops have said this to me, how powerful their conversations were and have been at Lambeth. And I think that's an important thing. I don't believe this ultimately removes us from the Anglican Communion or stops the conversation. I would like to see it debated fully at General Convention.
Thank you. I see an additional hand raised to speak to the amended resolution from Kenneth McFarland.
I'm not exactly sure if I'm speaking to the amended resolution, but I have to ask again the question of if any motion like this uses an acronym, why is the full meaning of the acronym not spelled out at the very beginning? It almost seems like you're kind of masking your mission by using an acronym. This is a very important point, and I fully agree with this. It's not a matter of that. But state who you are. Don't just use an acronym. You can use it later, but not at the beginning. So that's my only point. I find it very painful, actually.
I'm more than willing to spell out the acronym in the beginning. Thank you for that point.
Are there any others who wish to speak to the amended resolution who have not had an opportunity to speak? Otherwise, I would call upon Titus Pressler for his thoughts.
Sorry, sure about that.
Thank you for that last comment. And I would concur with Stan that we ought to spell out the acronym entirely. Just one additional comment, and my friend Stan, I just want to again acknowledge the hard work you've put in on this and those who have worked with you. I do feel, however, in contrast to your last statement, that this would be removing ourselves from a very important context of conversation and advocacy. And so I just feel that the import of the original resolution looks in that direction, and the amendment seeks to restore our continuing role in conversation and advocacy around the communion in protection of LGBTQIA plus persons. Thank you.
I see a hand raised from Jeremy Means-Koss, who wishes to address the amended resolution.
Hi, thank you, Jeremy Means-Koss, St. James and St. Peter's. I have a lot of anxiety in even in addressing this because I feel really conflicted. On the one hand, I want being a queer person, I want, my heart breaks, and for my brothers and sisters across the sea, and at the same time, for my bishops who can't be fully, bring their full lives into the conference. And yet I feel like things like GAFCON and the Global South conference and the Nigerian bishops not showing up, I don't want to not be present. I don't want someone else to tell me that I can't be there. And I don't want to shy away from not being there. And so it feels really important to show up, and to be present, to say that, like, no matter how you feel about me, I am not going anywhere, no matter what you say. On the other hand, I agree with Dave. I think teeth are really important. I just don't know if these are the teeth that I'm willing to sacrifice, for this cause. I do think teeth are really important. I feel like I'm not willing to go quietly into the night to let, to that kind of sense. Thank you.
Bishop, we have reached the time limit for discussion and debate on the amended resolution at this point.
Right, yes, and if we come to the end of that time, I don't think I know that there's a process for extending it, and I need to refer to our chancellor to guide us on how we do that. I'm trying to look through my notes here for that.
Bishop, we set up this part of the rules of order was, let me flip, I believe, the time for debate can be extended. If we have a motion to do so and a vote of convention, that would be, let's see whether it's a majority vote of convention could extend the 20 minutes. And it doesn't have to extend by another 20 minutes. It could be extended by 5 minutes or 10 minutes, something like that.
Okay, do I have to call for someone to move that we do that, right?
You can offer the opportunity for someone to do that.
I can offer, that's what I mean. I will offer. There's one other person with their hand raised, and so I can offer the opportunity for someone to move that we extend our discussion time, and let's just say by 5 minutes.
And I, right,
Did you say 10?
I would note that when we do complete the debate, whether it's extended or not, that the question before the convention is the amendment.
Right.
And then if the amendment is adopted, the question then becomes, shall the convention adopt the resolution as amended? If the amendment fails, then the next question is, shall the convention adopt the resolution without any amendments? I think that states it.
I'm looking to see if there's someone who wishes to move that we extend debate on this question for another 5 minutes. And I did see David Fredrickson raising his hand as that request was made. Are you moving that we extend debate?
Oh, I do move that we extend debate for five more minutes. This is an important resolution. I move that.
Is there a second to that motion? I see David Carey signaling yes. David, you're making a second to that motion to extend
Yes,
debate?
I am. I'll second that motion, certainly, for another 5 minutes. No problem.
Okay. Bishop, it has been moved and seconded to extend debate by 5 minutes.
All right, that means we have to have a vote for that. And I don't know if Kathleen's ready for us or not.
Yep, we do.
All right.
Zoom poll. Yep.
Thank you. All right, 65% of the people would like to extend the debate by 5 minutes. Thank you.
Carol Sears, you had your hand raised to speak to the amended resolution.
Yes, it's definitely not my norm to speak up, but I am from Christchurch in Bethel, and I did quite a bit of research on this one, and I did not come away feeling very good about this as it's stated. It seemed rather tit for tatty. And I do think that the two paragraphs could be struck. I do question, going back to the overall effectualness of this as it stands, what impact it will actually have, as far as, going back to, whether it has teeth or not. Episcopalians are around 1,500,000 in the United States. Overall, to 110 million Anglican in the Anglican community worldwide. Do Episcopalians have that much influence to be able to say, we're going to withdraw this and this and this, unless we get, some sort of change? Is it going to be effectual? I am also seeing that Justin Welby has come out against what the new law in Uganda against. He's reacted and asked the Anglican Church in Uganda to reconsider its support for the harshest anti-LGBTQ plus law, and Uganda's fighting back on that. They've withdrawn themselves. Is that really where the Episcopalian Church wants to eventually end up? That's my question.
David Carey, you have a hand raised to speak to the resolution.
Thank you. Yes, I strongly in favor of the resolution. If there is, David Carey, St. Luke's Church, Chester. I'm strongly in favor of removing those two paragraphs. After all, as I see it, if there is a problem, you meet the problem head on. You don't walk away and go and play with somebody else. You deal with the problem, you resolve the problem, you talk to other people about it. And the resolution says it refused to participate in the Lambeth Conference in any form. And that is so wrong. There's no way we can make change unless we participate in it and speak to people there about the situation.
There would be time for another 2-minute comment before we meet our time limit. I see Peter Mallory has asked to speak to the amended resolution.
Thank you. Peter Mallory from St. Martin's in Fairleigh. And I just was struck by one thing. I didn't know Jane Garrett. I'm sorry that I didn't know her. She sounds like a remarkable person. And I think of that only because we talked in our talk about her earlier, how she stood up and said things that changed minds. And I wonder sometimes, having heard that, what would have happened if she hadn't been there? So I guess that's it from me.
Bishop, I see no other hands raised for further discussion on the amended resolution.
Thank you. So the matter before the convention is the amendment to the resolution, I'm trying to remember which number it is. The amendment to resolution number 5. And please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. vote yes to approve the amendment and vote no to reject the amendment. Voting has ceased, and the amendment passes by 57% yes, 37% no, and 5% abstentions. Thank you.
Bishop, I believe we now move to take up the amended resolution for a vote.
Yes. So, the matters before us then actually would be resolution, oops, I think I've skipped over another resolution. So the resolution that is next, though, then is, I call on Ann Brown to introduce resolution number 6.
Bishop, I think what Paul was saying is that the last vote was to amend the resolution. We still need to vote on the resolution as amended.
We're voting 3 together, 4 together.
Sorry.
Right.
Yes.
So we just need
Not
to
time
keep in
yet.
mind that the resolution 5 that will be voted as part of that package of voting is the amended version that we have all just agreed to include.
Corrected.
Okay. Thank you, Bishop Shannon and all. As noted, when we get to the end of this string of resolutions, 5, 6, 7, and 8, we'll have one ballot that will have an opportunity for you to vote for each of them, for or against. And when you look at voting on resolution 5, you'll be voting on the resolution as we just amended it without the 2 center paragraphs. I hope that makes sense. Resolution 6 is sponsored by the vestry of the Church of the Good Shepherd Barry and asks that we, as a convention, send a letter to our congressional delegation and the governor requesting their action on the problem of gun violence. As chair of the resolutions committee, I move adoption of resolution 6, appealing to Vermont elected officials to end gun violence.
I invite Linda Webster of Church of the Good Shepherd Barry to speak to this resolution.
Get unmuted there. Thank you, Bishop Shannon and brothers and sisters in Christ. I'm Linda Webster, Senior Warden of the Church of the Good Shepherd in Barry. I speak to you tonight regarding a resolution brought forth by the vestry of Good Shepherd for your support in appealing to local and federal Vermont elected officials to work toward ending gun violence. In April of this year, following the Nashville school shooting, the vestry, in concert with our congregation, wanted to take direct action in asking our leaders to address 3 specific measures which strongly contribute to the frequency and lethality of mass shootings. They are banning assault weapons, passing the 2023 Background Check Expansion Act, and increasing funding for mental health care. The vestry passed a motion for such, and we implemented this action on Mother's Day. Of course, at that time, we did not know about the mass shooting that would later occur with our neighbors in Lewiston, Maine. We quickly became aware that one of the victims was a family member of a parishioner at Good Shepherd. Overall, I know this hit close to home for all of us, and clearly reinforced our urgency for strong advocacy to stop these senseless tragedies. Sadly, I report to you tonight that within less than 24 hours after addressing the convention last Thursday evening on this resolution, there was another mass shooting in Cincinnati, where 22 rounds were shot into a group of 11 to 15-year-olds during a drive-by. An 11-year-old boy was killed, with 4 others injured, including an adult bystander. Parents and citizens in general expressed despair. When will this stop? How many children and loved ones need to be buried before something is done to stop it? As of October 26th this year, there have been 565 mass shootings in the United States. This averages 1.6 mass shootings per day and ranks our country 4 times greater for the rate of gun violence compared to other countries of similar size and economic status. So the resolution brought forth this evening is asking this convention of the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont to lend support to Good Shepherd's advocacy effort by joining in sending the letter noted in the resolution to the identified local and federal Vermont leaders. And we thank you for your consideration regarding this crucial matter.
Thank you, Linda. Is there any discussion? And Linda, please remain unmuted in case you need to answer any questions.
Bishop, I see no hands raised for discussion on this particular resolution.
Thank you. I call on Ann Brown to introduce resolution number 7.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Resolution 7 is sponsored by Jubilee Social Justice at the Cathedral Church of St. Paul. It addresses concerns about reduction in the use of pesticides and asks the convention request Senator Peter Welch and Representative Becca Ballant to take action in Congress, as well as asking for reduction in pesticide use at diocesan properties. As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of Resolution 7, promoting pesticide reduction.
I invite Sylvia Knight of the Cathedral Church of St. Paul to speak to this resolution.
Thank you. My name is Sylvia Knight, and I'm a member of St. Paul's Cathedral and the Jubilee Justice Committee. I have worked for almost 30 years on issues of pesticides, their dangers, and the policies around them. I'm dismayed to see that in the last 10 years, over 1 million pounds of pesticides have been used in Vermont every year. And that is probably not counting all uses. So why I think the diocese is called to honor and care for God's creation and to live in cooperation with creation. we can set an example of honoring life in resistance to industry norms of using toxins to manage properties. Pesticides are not safe. They are getting more dangerous as time goes on, contaminated with PFAS. It's time for the people to show that we can live and work and live without pesticides. I mentioned an organization in the explanation. Vermont Pesticide and Poisons Action Network is at this point, an unincorporated network of people in Vermont from Newport down to Bennington and across the state who are concerned about and work on issues of reducing pesticides. I ask for your support for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? And Sylvia, please remain unmuted so that you may answer any questions about the resolution.
Bishop, I see no hands raised for discussion or debate on this particular resolution.
Thank you. I call on Anne Brown to introduce resolution number 8.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Resolution 8 is sponsored by the Vestry of Christ Church in Barre. It asks that the Diocese of Vermont become a sponsoring organization of the Vermont Declaration of Inclusion. And it also encourages adoption in members' towns. As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of Resolution 8, supporting the Vermont Declaration of Inclusion.
I invite the Reverend Earl Cooper Camp to speak to this resolution.
There you go. So Earl Cooper Camp, rector of Church of the Good Shepherd in Barre and associate priest at St. Mary's Church in Northfield. Right Reverend Madam and my beloved friends in Christ, thank you for this opportunity. And also first, props to Anne Brown for shepherding us through all these resolutions and also hiking all 48 peaks higher than 4,000 feet in New Hampshire recently. Well done. So the Vestry of Good Shepherd Barre proposes this resolution as a means to initiate more awareness and conversations about the gospel value that we have of inclusion in our home state of Vermont. So supporting this resolution means that the Diocese of Vermont will join the 126 towns and cities. That's actually up by 5 since the resolution was originally proposed, which is almost just a tad under 72% of the population of our state in supporting this Declaration of Inclusion, and we would become a supporting organization for that as well. So I urge your kind consideration of this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Earl. Is there any discussion? And please remain unmuted, Earl. There doesn't appear to be any other questions. So the matters before us are resolutions 5, working for equity support, which has been amended, and protection of all LGBTQIA Anglicans plus Anglicans. Resolution 6, appealing to Vermont elected officials to end gun violence. Resolution 7, promoting pesticide reduction. And Resolution 8, supporting the Vermont Declaration of Inclusion. Please vote using Election Buddy. For each resolution, you will have the option to yes, no, or abstain. Vote yes to approve the resolution. Vote no to reject the resolution, and abstain if you prefer not to vote yes or no. And while delegates are completing their votes, I hope you will enjoy these images from our congregations. We have the results of our latest poll. And all four resolutions passed. 85 votes yes to approve the the resolution working for equity support and protection of all LGBTQIA+ Anglicans as amended, and 88 votes approval, appealing to Vermont elected officials to end gun violence. 88 votes yes to approve the promoting pesticide reduction. And then finally, 89 votes approving supporting the Vermont Declaration of Inclusion. I also have a correction to results that I read earlier about the standing committee and the lay vote. Judith Rogers will take the 2-year term and Catherine Maryhew will take the 1-year term. The next order of business requires us to recess convention and convene as the incorporators of Brookhaven Learning and Treatment Center. The principal benefactor of Brookhaven, Skeva Spear, liked the idea of turning the Diocese of Vermont convention delegates into incorporators who elect trustees through recessing the convention for that purpose. And so the articles of incorporation were written that way. I call for a motion to recess diocesan convention and convene as the incorporators of Brookhaven Learning and Treatment Center.
Judy Schenk, are you making the motion?
Mute.
Yes, Judy?
Yes, I am. Judy Shank, St. Paul's, White River Junction. I so move that we recess the convention and reconvene as the trustees for the Brookhaven School?
Learning and Treatment Center. Good enough.
Learning and Treatment Center. Thank you.
And Rick Swanson, is that a second to that motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion? I see none. The question before us is recessing diocesan convention in order to convene as the incorporators of Brookhaven Learning and Treatment Center. Please indicate a vote in favor by using the raise hand function in Zoom. Well, the majority of hands have been raised, so we are ready. I now declare this convention the Brookhaven Incorporators group and call to order the annual meeting of Brookhaven Learning and Treatment Center. The annual report of the Brookhaven Board of Trustees was duly filed and is included in the materials posted on the convention website. I call on Pamela Vandergraaf, Chair of the Nominating Committee, report and introduction of nominees to the Brookhaven Board of Trustees.
There are 4 nominees to fill 4 open positions as Brookhaven trustees: Judith Castonguay, Sally Garman, Luke Kruger, and Teresa Voorhees.
Thank you, Pamela. The matter before us is the election of 4 trustees for Brookhaven Learning and Treatment Center. A Zoom poll will appear on your screen shortly. Vote yes to affirm the election of the 4 nominees and vote no to withhold affirmation. Thank you. 99% approval with 1% abstention. So we have received all of the nominated trustees for the Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center. Is there any other business to come before the annual meeting of the incorporators of the Brookhaven Learning and Treatment Center?
Lindsay Huddle has a hand raised. I'm not sure if that's a holdover from before when we were asked to raise hands to vote, or does she have a bit of business to bring before the Brookhaven group?
That was a mistake. I'm not reading my signals here very well. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no other business coming before the Brookhaven meeting, the question before us is adjourning the annual meeting of the Incorporators of Brookhaven Learning and Treatment Center and reconvening as the annual convention of the Diocese of Vermont. Please indicate a vote in favor by using the raised hand function in Zoom. All right, we are past the majority now, so I call back to order the 233rd Convention of the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont, being the 190th Annual Convention of the Diocese of Vermont. I call on Ann Brown, Chair of the Resolutions Committee, to present courtesy resolutions.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. The full text of courtesy resolutions may be found on the diocesan website. There's a link in the chat. Please do take time to read them because they honor and recognize individuals and groups for valuable work and contributions to our diocese and beyond. The link is in the chat, and in addition to the two presented earlier, honoring the Philadelphia 11 and the memory of Jane Garrett, we have several others. We have one thanking Bishop Shannon for her convention sermon and convention address. We have one thanking the Reverend Gay Clark Jennings for her mission leadership report. We're thanking the Reverend Canon Walter Brownridge for his service to the diocese over the last 3 years and wishing him well on his moving on and also on his recent installation as a trustee of the University of the South. And we wish Walter and his family the best. We commend the people who did the planning work for the service on Saturday. Love the way the service surrounded the actual programming. And we also commend the group for the elegant devotional Baptized for Abundance and for Bishop Shannon's wonderful illustrations. And you can see the list of the team members on there. If you do go and get the resolution, you'll see them. And I thank Rebecca for her illustrating these with pictures. The next resolution gives thanks to the Reverend Lawrence Lebrija for his presentations on Saturday at convention. The next is a very special one, thanking the Reverend Kathleen Moore for her wonderful work with the Diocese of Vermont since, I think, in communications since 2014, when she spent time at diocesan convention helping people deal with websites. I was off hiking and missed that wonderful convention, but we're sad to see you go, Kathleen, and wish you the best. We have one to express our solidarity with those affected by the flooding in Vermont, particularly Christ Church Montpelier, which had horrific damage, Mission Farm Killington, and the Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center. Damage in all of those. We encourage people to learn about what's gone on, what help they may need, and donate as you may. And next, we commend the Cathedral Church of St. Paul on the 50th anniversary of its building. They will be celebrating that anniversary this coming weekend. So I think they've been very busy there. We commend the staff and the clergy and wish all goes well, and thank them for being a resource for the diocese and the community, and wish them well in continuing that work. And last, we commend Presiding Bishop Michael Curry for his call on just the other day, November 7th, his very powerful statement decrying the deaths of more than 10,000 people in Gaza. He says the violence is horrific, the geopolitics are complex, but my call to love is simple. Stop the killing, stop all of it, stop it today. This resolution also notes that he says staying quiet in this moment would be a stain upon our souls and would deepen our complicity. The explanation is extensive in this resolution and has a whole bunch of links of resources where you can see a variety of points of view and ways to learn more about what's going on in Israel and Palestine, particularly in Gaza, but also the West Bank, and how our religious leaders have been speaking about that in recent days and weeks. And that concludes my report on the courtesy resolutions. Thank you. And thank you all for your patience. It's been a long night and we've done well so far.
Thank you, Anne. Many thanks to the Resolutions Committee. I invite Convention to show its approval of the courtesy resolutions by raising their hands. Yes, duly approved. Thank you. I call on Paul Olson, Secretary of Convention, for a request to authorize the approval of the minutes of this convention.
As authorized by last year's convention, the Dispatch of Business Committee did approve the minutes of the 2022 annual convention. And we request that this convention authorize the Dispatch of Business Committee to approve the minutes of this year's convention.
I call for a motion that the convention authorizes the Dispatch of Business Committee to approve the minutes of this convention.
Will someone make that motion? David Frederickson? Or is moving it Christine Mosley? You are seconding that motion?
Yes, indeed. Thank you. The matter before us is authorizing the Dispatch of Business Committee to approve the minutes of this convention. Please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. Vote yes to authorize the committee to approve the minutes. Vote no to withhold authorization. Oh, we're already finished. 100%. Thank you. All right. The date of the next diocesan convention will be Saturday, November 9th at the Cathedral of St. Paul in Burlington, and Thursday, November 14 online. That's our business session. And then also part of convention is the pre-convention meeting, which will be Thursday, November 7th at 6 p.m. Thank you. And I almost hate to say I call for a motion to adjourn, but because I have to pray and bless us. So don't leave until after we get our prayer and our blessing, because you know, diocese that stays up late together, we'll do well together. So I call for a motion to adjourn.
Do I see a motion to adjourn from Rick Swanson?
Is there a second?
Second, Walter Brownridge.
Okay, thank you. All right, the matter before us is adjourning the 190th convention of the Diocese of Vermont. Please indicate a vote in favor by using the raised hand function in Zoom. Almost there. Okay, we've gone over the majority, so we're good. So after prayer and a blessing, I now declare this convention adjourned. Keep watch, dear God, with those who work or watch or weep this night, and give your angels charge over those who sleep. Tend the sick, O Christ. Give rest to the weary, bless the dying, soothe the suffering, pity the afflicted, shield the joyous, and all for your love's sake. Amen. Live without fear. Your Creator has made you holy, has always protected you, and loves you as a mother. Go in peace to follow the good road, and may the blessing of God, holy eternal majesty, holy abiding spirit, and holy incarnate word be with you now and forevermore. Amen. Even a little out of order, it still works. Thank you all, and good night. Oh,
Night.
yeah, that's it. Rest well.